Okay, welcome. We're going to see the whole story of FF12 today. So I think I can just start and then we can probably introduce ourselves during the initial cutscenes. Subtitles on. Okay, so with me today I have the wonderful DGG, who's Indeed. She mostly runs PS2, longer categories, as well as some other runs. I think she's also later in the event as well. And I'm also joined by Ilanias, who does challenge runs, I believe.
Yes, I do. Hello, everyone. Oh, the cord's all muddled up. Alright.
Yeah, I played the PS2 version of this, so this is interesting and weird for me to see all of this in HD. Kind of hurts my eyes. It doesn't look natural.
In the name of the Father, and in the presence of these holy relics, I hereby pronounce you man and wife from this time forth. May the blessings of the gods light your path for all eternity. Far on.
Gee, it's a beautiful wedding. It would be a shame if anything were to happen.
Come on, man, don't jinx it. Let them have their peace.
No. This is Final Fantasy. We cannot have peace.
Aww.
You don't have a story if nothing goes wrong.
This
We
is
need
true.
dramatic tension.
Our kingdom will stand little.
Nabudis has fallen.
Impossible.
My father? I know not. I am sorry.
If Nabudis has indeed fallen, it is only a matter of time before they reach the borders of Dalmasca. There is nothing to halt their advance.
Secure Nalbina with all haste.
I will go.
And I will go at his side.
You should play this at some point, Nash. You should. It's one of my 2 favorite games ever.
It is a good game.
And it was just its birthday. Was it not?
Yeah, it was like yesterday or so.
I think so. 19. A whole 19, it's all grown up.
Yeah.
Galtea, stand watch over your life.
Oh, man. Dude, I can't believe I forgot. Again.
We must withdraw! No! The paling still stands! Shield beyond sight, near failing light. The paling's fallen! Then it's over! For my father. For my father! Lord Rasler!
Oh my god, no! Well, that's a shame.
I always found it funny how this game is just... The opening is just, hey, here's an important character. Oh, now they're gone.
Twice. Does it twice. He wasn't a main character, yeah. Imagine not being Ash. Lol.
Imagine letting yourself take damage.
I know, right? So, logically speaking, why not use a Phoenix Down?
It's Final Fantasy, there has to be some stakes.
Yes, but like they kind of really backed themselves into a corner there, right?
Yeah, I mostly understand Phoenix Down to work on knocked out characters and not like dead characters, but it's always the question that comes up throughout the series.
Yep.
You know, I think it was 5, FF5, they actually mention it in cutscene, where they're like, can't we use a potion or a Phoenix Down or something, and they say no, it won't work. I think
they tried to revive Galuf indeed.
I don't know, it's been a long time since I played older games.
But I think there they actually try and it doesn't work.
The air of hope that had surrounded Her Royal Highness Princess Asha's wedding was now quite lost.
I guess it'd be the same argument as just like using a gold needle on any character that gets turned to stone in a cutscene or something.
Yeah, but gold needles work on people turned to stone, so that should still work. Like,
they still never use them.
Yeah.
Well, I guess canonically they you don't got any, so get right.
Yeah, that is a fair argument, because then how are they supposed to check if you actually have gold needles?
You know, don't think about it.
The fall of the fortress at Nalbina told the destruction of the greater part of Dalmasca's forces.
But the lore!
We need a super soft in FF9? Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, it was the whole damn forest. To be fair. But why you would want to unsoft the whole forest comparatively to just blank, I don't know.
Offering terms of peace, or as one might rather put it, terms of Dalmasca's surrender. Lord Ramanas, King of Dalmasca, and my dear friend, had no choice but to accept these terms. It was, thus, only with reluctance that
My god, I forgot how long this intro was.
Now
oh yeah.
It's not Metal Gear Solid levels, but damn.
The king had scarce departed his royal city of Ravenast.
At least, like, rest of the tutorial is relatively short. It doesn't overstay its welcome.
A terrible revelation awaited them. The treaty would be signed with steel and writ in royal blood.
Oh, you know, that's correct.
Mm.
You there.
Dude, I've always loved that last line of that cutscene there.
It's as I feared. They're slowing us down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Dang, no, god damn.
Not all of us are here for love of battle. He fights to defend his home.
I forget I have a delay against the stream.
My name's Rex.
Yeah.
Good. Rex. You bore a few cuts. You are still whole. Well, can you stand? Think you can fight?
I'm fine, sir.
How old are you, Rex?
17, sir.
Young. Family?
My brother is all I have left, sir. He's 2 years younger than I, living in Rabanastre.
So young. You're barely old enough to be a man. You shouldn't be forced to wield a sword.
No, sir. I want to fight. For my homeland. And for my parents.
It's time, Bosch. Save the discussion for later. We must reach the king before they act, or all our efforts will be in vain.
I'm aware of the situation.
We found them! Over there!
Bossler, go ahead. I will handle this rabble.
Godspeed.
Steady, Rex. Keep your wits about you and you'll make it. We move!
We can actually play.
Oh wow. Casual 10.5 minutes of time lost.
What do you mean? We're still on world record pace.
Oh, you know.
I have no idea what the world record for cutscene percent is, so who knows?
I think you'd have to ask Zero that.
Probably.
Because, you know, Zero has every other record. Seemingly. Anyway.
Captain?
First tutorial boss coming up. We're just going to spam thunder on this. Because that's something Rex can do. Also, we put out the times 4 multiplier. That is something that wasn't present in the original, but is present in the Zodiac Age version. Which is why we're going to run through this quite fast. Speeds up the whole thing, basically.
Thanks, Bosch. Very cool. Have either of you ever actually died to Eka Remora?
Oh, yeah.
Not in a run, but in practice it has happened, yeah. It can happen, but it's quite unlucky.
I don't think I've ever seen it happen.
I have...
Saying that, I'd probably jinx myself, but...
I have video of it, if you want to see it.
I honestly would like to see it.
Yeah, but
So,
you can
I
die
was
to
doing-
everything, basically. Although Erika to Remora is highly unlikely.
Yeah, it's easier to die on PS2 because of the limited amount of things that can actually happen on screen at one time.
Is His Majesty
And
on
so
hold?
then you can just get everything clogged and then just get absolutely destroyed. It's fantastic.
But if we arrive after he's
Beautiful.
signed the treaty,
Wait.
Oh, thank you.
Quickly, Rex.
Gotta love it. Take the 3 or 4 steps into another cutscene.
Cutscene into tutorial into cutscene into tutorial.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
sir, We have little time. You must go to the king.
I actually changed the key bindings a bit of my controller so I wouldn't accidentally skip cutscenes.
Fight well.
Oh yeah.
Who's the husbando? Gilgamesh, 100%. Oh god, I hate this room.
What was the question?
Who's the husbando of Final Fantasy XII?
Oh, Gilgi. Yeah.
Gilgi.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Because of doing challenge runs, that one room has become my least favorite room in like the entire game.
Why? What's up with it?
So like, oh, what was it? I forget the exact math, but for like the damageless stuff, right?
Why?
Oh.
There is no way. There's only one way to avoid damage as Rex, because he's just too weak, too scrawny of a boy.
Oh, I want to correct something in chat. IZJS did not have only 2 times speed in comparison. It actually had 4 times speed by default. But there was so much lag, it was basically 2 times speed.
Serious?
There was
Damn!
so much lag because of it being the PS2, you know.
We'll never surrender to you. We are not cattle to be sold by a traitor king.
But the war is over, my dear captain. You have lost. Dalmasca is the property of the Empire now.
I like how you can already notice that Bosch's voice sounds strange here.
Out of respect.
Yeah, actually.
But now you've gone.
Brilliant.
I never picked that up.
Haven't you?
Probably because I was like tiny kid when I played it back on PS2.
I mean, at the time when I first played it, I didn't pick up on it, but on later playthroughs I did. But I actually at least once saw like a first player play it on stream and actually picking up, why is Bosch's voice sounding strange? And so it is possible to pick up.
Yeah.
Apparently. That's awesome.
Speaking of voicing, voice acting in this game is top notch.
I do
Like-
love me the voice acting. As someone who wants to be a voice actor, I do love it.
Pretenses of
Oh,
peace
same, bro.
left by the wayside. The Arcadian
Girl.
forces resumed their advance
No,
to
sorry.
Dalmasca.
No, it's cool.
Dalmasca's doom had been decided.
I would love it.
To make resistance
It's
would
just really
certainly
like
win.
weird when you go back to
With this
games that are
foremost in
20
my
years
thoughts.
old, and it's like
I,
at the time they were
People of
super high
Dalmasca.
quality, but then you compare it to
sons and
what's
daughters
now,
of
and it's like,
Dalmasca,
wow,
I bid you lay down
this
your
still holds up,
arms.
but you
Pray
can
songs
hear
of
the
prayer in their stead. Prayer
The
for His
age?
Majesty King
yeah, you can
Raminas,
hear the
ever
retroness,
merciful, and devoted wholly to peace.
which is weird. The PS2 is
Pray, too,
retro,
for the
isn't that
noble
weird?
Princess Ash,
Yeah.
who, wrought
When the
with grief
like when the
at her
PS2
kingdom's
came
defeat,
out,
has taken
games
her
that were
own life.
retro was like Super Mario Bros, but the Super Mario Bros was only like
Captain Bosch von
15 years
Ronsenberg
old when it was
for
considered
incitement of
retro.
sedition and the assassination of His
So-
Royal Majesty
Yeah,
King
this is
Raminas
19 years old,
has
so...
been found guilty of
Well, the
high
original is
treason.
19 years old. This is of course remastered, but still.
You know,
They who at this late hour choose
my
still
rule
the
for
sword
retro is
are cut of the
20
same
years
cloth
old.
as the captain.
I don't know what year the
Traitors
PS2
who would lead
or
Dalmasca
PS3
to
rather
her ruin.
came out. Thought that was like 2007,
Dalmasca's
so
surrender without
I'm
term
not
Pretty sure it's
quite
2007.
yet.
was soon to follow.
Huh? Sorry.
I'm pretty sure it's 2007.
06 or 07, yeah. I don't know. So I had PS1, PS2, PS4, PS5. Never had a PS3, ever. And I'm still salty about it because my parents were like, well, you know, you're getting an Xbox this time. I was okay.
Okay.
And,
PS3 is November 11th, 2006. It's 2 weeks older than me.
Wow.
Oh man, I'm younger than the PS3. What the hell?
You are very young.
Yes, I am.
Oh, it's, you know, it's really weird when,
I'm sorry if I made anyone feel really old just then.
I have a grandkid who is like, I'm like, hey, when were you born again? And I'm expecting her to say like 2000, 2001. I'm like, yeah, that sounds reasonable because, you know, duh. And she's like, oh yeah, you know, 2011. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you like 14? Yeah.
Oops. Totally
Man.
forgot.
Mm-hmm.
That's bullshit.
You should come, Vaughn. He's busy
I
today.
have been there.
Might have some work for you to do too.
I've got other, work to do. Hey, lock this place up for me, will you? If Miguel finds out we've been down here,
Or
he'll
2010,
tan our
yeah,
hides.
2010. I think it's. I don't know. Still, I don't know. I'm not 30 yet, but I'm getting there. And I know I had no sympathy from a lot of people in the audience, but like at the same time, I
If
don't
you're
know.
not 30 yet, you're still young.
I don't know. I think you stop being a kid at 25.
I mean, you're not a kid young, but you're still... Like, there's a difference. You can be young and not a child.
Sir, you haven't paid.
I guess.
Speaking of
What are
children,
you saying? Are you saying you're old?
I'm not that old. I'm 31.
Oh, only sort of old.
Oops, sorry.
What were you saying? Sorry, before we cut you off.
I was just gonna make a comment about the completely childish nature of Vaughn.
Well, he is a
While we
child.
were on the topic of... Yeah.
Oh my god. Almost like he's a 17-year-old.
Oh no, don't say that. What? Haven't paid?
I won't pay. Yeah.
What?
Dude, when I started playing this game, I was like, 17, he's so old. And you just made me remember I'm now older than him.
What happens if they catch
God,
you?
now I'm feeling old.
We need you to be there for us, Vaughn.
It gets worse when you start watching TV and it's like you see all these
All
really
the actors are
famous
younger
people,
than you.
and it's like all of the actors are like, yeah, they're like 25, 26, 27, and I'm like, whoa,
Come on, Penello.
when did I get
You know
old?
it as well as I do. Hey, you give that back.
I thought that this money was the people of Dalmasca's property. The Imperials stole it from us, so it's only fair that we
I
take
really
it
have no
back.
sympathy for my
It's
wife
our
because my
duty
wife's
as
in her
Dalmascans.
50s.
Well,
So-
wasn't that what you said?
She's been through that quite a bit.
Yeah, but I never said anything about taking it back from me.
This is for that bread you took the other day. Just because I help Miguelo out every now and then, it doesn't mean that you get to eat for free too, you know.
And I've been born yet?
I know that. You think I like living like this? One of these days, I'll fly an airship of my own. I'll be a sky pirate, free to go where I will.
A sky pirate?
Well, be careful.
Oh
You'll
no,
never
I
find
wonder if
anything
that's
you're running
important
a
later.
dungeon.
No. What
Miguelo had
devices?
some errands that need doing.
In
He wanted
my
me to
Final
drop by
Fantasy
his
game?
place. It might be a good idea to lend a hand.
Also, we can all appreciate the cat ears. Very cute.
Thank you.
Speaking of cat, you guys can't hear my cat, right?
I haven't heard a
I
cat.
didn't even know you had a cat.
Okay.
Also,
He's very
this
notorious
actor,
for...
if you don't know, also plays Gilgamesh, the one who plays Miguelo.
Yeah.
Who also
Dude, what a
played
range.
Kamari, who also plays Bender, who also plays
So you want me to find
What
this
else does
courier?
he play? He's like on
Hey,
Kim
no
Possible, I think. He's on...
The desert teams would
I don't know. He's... John DiMaggio is a freaking god when it comes to voice acting. He's probably my favorite voice actor. Now I hear the kitty.
That is a cat.
Yeah, he's attacking my microphone. Stop clawing the carpet.
We'll see if my cat stops by at some point.
What do you say?
Hi, Mom. Hi, what you doing? Hi.
It's easy work, and you'll thank me for it someday.
No problem. The desert teems with trouble. We're sending you to an early grave, my boy.
There you are.
You know what's really messed up is that every time you're walking in somewhere where you would normally skip a cutscene, I who am not playing this sometimes will actually still try to skip the cutscene with my thumb. And I'm not even holding a controller. Pavlovian.
Quite the affair throwing a bank
Muscle memory, eh?
Yeah.
We should be... Whatever.
So far I'm pressing it on my own, but I'm glad I did the key bindings different, because otherwise it's so easy to mess it up.
That angry tomato on the poster? Yes.
Thought I'd put up a bill, offer a reward to anyone who can knock that nasty back in its place.
Very angry.
Yep.
Now that's work.
For some reason, can spit fire.
That's right. Vaughn, you should give it a shot.
You know,
And you should be
I
getting back to
appreciate it.
Miguelo. Now, Kites. He was waiting
It
for you.
spits fire to remind us to not skip cutscenes.
Also true. Ah, no. No, I can't even pretend that fire breath is like actually fair. It's an instant use. It's like, so you know how the ATB fills for enemies to do their attacks, but then you have the instant attacks?
Yeah.
Flame breath kind of, from what I've noticed, sits dead in the middle, which is really annoying, and it has a really big range.
Well, the thing is, it's a one-target thing, so as long as you're in eyesight, it will hit you, which I think is 10 units, which is surprisingly far.
Yeah, let's see some papers, boy. No public passage on account of the Lord Consul's parade.
The tomato that's scary.
That's too bad.
I don't know, would you like a 2-foot-tall tomato with 3-inch fangs running around, shooting fire at you?
Okay, to be
Pleasure. He wants them quick.
To be fair, I know I'm personally not a fan of the tomato. I'm afraid of the tomato.
I'm afraid of them because, I don't know if you guys have ever heard the name, but there used to be the nickname for Rogue Tomato of Judge Tomato. And used to be a very big judge on if you actually got to do your run or not.
Yeah, the main problem isn't even so much, at least here, the tomato itself, but the fact that there's also these wolves in the same area, and if you draw attention of those, and you also take damage from those, then it can get dangerous.
Oh, very. They will kill you. We also have a T-Rex friend in the next area, thankfully not dangerous to us as long as we don't attack him.
Oh, T-Rex is a homie.
Oh yeah, you know, that guy.
He can cannibalize the wolves all around him.
Okay, nice. No wolf trouble so far.
The double hit.
Oh, you're gonna get into my lab. Okay. You do realize I'm on a call, right, Cat?
Oop, yeah, there it is. The wolf follow.
And there's Flame Breath.
Okay, so you
Dude.
can make fun of me, but I tried to split just now.
I mean, even I had to click to split, and I was like, no, I'm not doing a run. And I also use auto splitter for this, so I shouldn't even be splitting. But whenever I do a console, then you need to manually split.
To be fair to you, my mind also went muscle memory for skipping a cutscene, so...
Time to call it a day.
Galbana lilies? Can you not...
In my desert?
Yes, but I'm an avid tomato hater. It took me like 50 minutes to fight him, like doing damageless.
How the hell would you fight him damageless?
Okay, so
Wait a second.
really, my cat just knocked over my water bottle. Leave my stuff alone. Okay, tomato damageless. First of all, you have to get lucky with wolf spawns. Really lucky.
Obviously.
And then you should be using either a bow or a gun, of course, for range stuff. And the part up where he's up the top, not difficult at all. But once he jumps down the bottom, you need to land a critical or have your first attack deal so little damage that he doesn't flame breath.
No in between, yeah.
No in between.
I mean, fair enough. How do you get a bow or a gun to use so early?
Well, you know, since it's damageless, you don't need armor. And then you just get rid of cactoids for like an hour until you get enough license points.
Fair enough.
Don't give me a scare like that. You're lucky that ended where it did.
Right.
We don't want... I will say... The dialogue writing is also quite top-notch.
Okay, well... Vaughn, wait! What is it?
Oh god.
So, I'll be back. I need to get a snack.
Okay.
Fair enough.
We're going to be here for a while, so I definitely expect some people to at some point take breaks to take snacks and such.
Oh, that's right. This is a long segment. Oh well, at least it makes for a nice comfy stream.
Yep.
We will have order. I give you your new consul, His Imperial Highness Lord Vane Solidor, Commandant of the Arcadian Empire's Western on... Your Excellency.
People of Rabanastre, is it with hatred you look upon your consul? With hatred you look upon the Empire? There was little point in asking. But know this, I harbor no idle hopes of frustrating that hatred. Nor shall I ask your fealty. That is the due of your fallen king, and rightly so. King Ramanas loved his people, strove to bring you peace. His was a rule worthy of your devotion. Even now, he remains among you, protecting you. His ardor for the peace and weal of Dalmasca falters not. I would ask only that you do your king honor. Together let us embrace the peace His Majesty would surely desire. 2 years now divide us from war's bitter end, yet still its shadow looms over all, stifling the infant peace, a pall only you may cast off. Achieve but this one thing, and your hatred of me and of the Empire will grieve me not. I will stand fast. I will endure your hatred, suffer your slings and arrows. I will defend Dalmasca. Here I will pay my debt. I swear it now. Though King Ramanas and Lady Ash be gone, they stand ever at the side of their people. In honoring peace, you do honor to their memory and to Dalmasca. What I ask plain. My hopes now rest with you.
I love how they're so easily swayed.
Yeah, indeed. It's quite a turn from the start of the speech to the end of the speech.
Is Rabanasta to your liking, my lord?
It is magnificent.
It's pretty good speech, but still.
Elegant,
yeah.
whimsical in its execution. A stunning example of Galtean architecture. I hope Lord Gramus might one day look upon it himself.
The patron of this evening's banquet, may it please your excellency. I am Miguelo, your highness. It is truly a profound honor to make the acquaintance of our future emperor, highness. The people of Rabanasta join me in welcoming
That's
you.
Enough of highness. Though indeed I am our emperor's son, I am no prince. Arcadia's emperor is freely chosen by her people. I am but an elected official and nothing more.
I meant no disrespect.
Now that I think on it, I would not have you address me as Lord Consul, for that matter.
No?
Henceforth, I am a citizen of Rabanasta. Why don't you call me Vane?
I could not. That would not be right.
You are overly fond of formalities. I've just the remedy for that. Tonight you will join me, and we shall drink until you call me by name.
How can he stand about to him like that?
Vaughn, you just do not get it, do you? He's not doing it because he wants to. You know what would happen if he didn't.
I know, it's just...
So, what would you do different?
I don't know. Well... I'd do something.
Vaughn. Vaughn! You haven't heard a single word I've said, have you? This place has changed so much. It's like it's not even Rabanasta anymore. Like the Empire is swallowing it whole.
Hey, Penel, that fete tonight. You think they'll let us in?
Are you crazy? It's in the palace, and we don't have an invitation if you hadn't noticed.
So, how are we getting in?
As if I'd know. Why not ask Miguelo to get you in? Or go see old Dallin in Lowtown? Why the sudden interest, Vaughn?
I told you, I'm going to take back what's ours. Give back to Dalmasca. Come on, what do you think? If I find something, and it fetches a good price, how about I buy you all dinner?
Oh, please. You know as well as I do the first thing you'd buy is an airship. All hail Vaughn, sky part of Dalmasca. It's got a nice ring to it. Stay out of trouble.
An airship. I don't know. Maybe, but not through Miguelo. Time to pay old Dallin a visit.
Who's that stranger? Not suspicious at all, hiding away in the corner, are they?
Yep. Meanwhile, we're going to become a member of Clan Centurio. The reason is that it gives us access to the clan provisioner, so a shop that otherwise we wouldn't have access to. And we need to buy some important spells there later. And we get our membership now because we are in the neighborhood anyway.
Vaughn does not seem like it. Isn't the entire point that he doesn't stay out of trouble? He's a no-good dirty liar.
Yep, we're going to get into trouble.
If it isn't Von Ratsbane. Come for a tip on how to secure something bigger and in armor by the East Gate?
What? You already heard about that?
Wise,
God, I forgot how many cutscenes are in the early game.
Are a lot, yeah. I do like the rabbit.
But that's not why I'm here.
It's a bit of a strange looking rabbit, but I do like that he has a rabbit.
I want to know how to sneak into the palace. They've got to have some great stuff in there. Thought I'd partake.
Not one to mince words, are you, boy? The Empire
Not
protects all that has and
sure you should trust the crazy old guy who lives under the city.
To take back what's ours.
So our
I mean, he does end up giving good information.
Admirable. Perhaps I can help you.
True.
Now that I think on it, there was a rumor. Yes, a secret passageway into the palace vaults, a door, and a magic stone that opens the way.
That's it.
With how awful some of the questions Vaughn asks are, he probably just scares the fish away.
Magic stone.
Oh, I've had it for years, if I can remember where I've tucked it away.
Yep, and he basically tells us that we need to get the Sunstone on the Giza Plains, and that's where we're headed. And then we need to get back to Old Island after that.
What's with all the Vaughn slander in chat right now, guys? Cut the kids some slack.
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same, though the answer is pretty clear. No good.
What? I'm being good.
Is that right? So then you wouldn't mind if I, say, tagged along, would you?
Huh?
Oh, don't worry. Miguelo's busy with preparations for the fete up at the palace. Why, I'm free for the whole day. Well, let's get going.
But yeah, a boy that was making sunstones has gone, not gone back to the village yet, so we have to go look for him. But also we'll soon be doing some trials. Every Screen edition we have an autosave, and any sort of save can be used to open the game's separate trial modes. which has like a sequence of 100 trials, but we definitely won't do the later ones. Just do stage 1 right now. Stage 1 is just an early one, easy one with reds, but there's also a chest right up here, which has a diamond armlet in it, which is worth 6,000 gil. So this gives us some easy early game money. And now we leave this special game mode again and go back into the main game.
Calling his hair duck butt is wild, but I respect it.
We found the boy that was supposed to make a sunstone. And he gives us a shade stone and we can turn it into a sunstone ourselves. By getting energy from these crystals. I give a random percentage between 25% and 55%. So we hope we get lucky with the energy we get. Maximum, that is quite lucky. So like it depends on luck if you get 2 or 3 or 4 crystals. Right now we're already having good luck with the first one, so now the worst case is going to be 3 crystals, which I'm perfectly happy with. 3 crystals is sort of normal. Crystal it is. We got our sandstone. And back in the village we'll still do a little bit of shopping. We'll sell the diamond armor we got from trials. And with the money we get we buy the dark spell and we buy onion shot, some bullets. The bullets are for much later in the game because to use guns you need bullets and simple cheap ones from here suffice. Here. Buy the dark spell. The dark spell will be a very good early game source of damage. I will also soon do a little bit of Dustia grinding, only 3 in this route. So Dustia is a rare enemy that spawns if you have a character that is low health, so we deliberately have to get our character in low health. But it's an undead enemy that can be killed by just throwing a phoenix down on it. And it gives us some nice experience. I don't want to share the experience with Nello, so only Van alive. And those were our 3 Dustias. And each time I kill a Dustia I have to be careful that I leave the screen in time, because if you stay on the screen long enough to actually see the experience count on screen, it won't respawn until you've been 2 screens away. But if you leave the screen in time before that happens, you do still have the experience already, but the game doesn't realize that yeah, in some way that it shouldn't respawn again, and that way you leave the screen in time, you can immediately have it respawn again. And that way we can quickly do 3 of them for some early game experience.
Hey, Vaughn.
It's also quite useful to level up only Vaan in this way, because Penelo leaves right now. So then we have only Vaan again, and then once all the later characters start joining, they all scale off their level of the already existing party members. So because Vaan is now a bit higher level than all the later party members that join, they usually start off scaling off of Vaan and then of the party members that are already there. So only leveling up Vaan essentially ends up leveling everyone.
If something happened to you,
I'm not going anywhere, okay?
that's what I wanted to hear. See you later.
Sorry, Penelo.
Now you'll be wanting to know how to sneak into the palace, eh? First you go to Storehouse 5. You know the one. 2 doors she has. Now the right takes Ban Ratsbane to his territorial hunting grounds in the sewer bottom. But that's not the way you'll go. No, you'll take the left door, down into the Garum Scythe waterway. The waterway leads to a stair. The stair to the palace cellars. That's your way in. But don't go counting your gil just yet, my boy. Getting into the palace was the easy part. The way into the treasury is carefully hidden. That's where this crescent stone comes in. The magics it bears can open the hidden door to the treasury, you see. Listen, Vaughn, for the words I shall speak are most important, and not to be forgotten. Do you understand? The signet yearns for sunstone strength to light the clouded way. Once in the palace, you'll find the signet tile, very important. Give to it the sun's power, and it will light your path. Very well. Oh, a warning. Be aware that if you're caught, you'll spend the rest of your short life rotting in the Nalbina dungeons. So, look sharp, my boy. And don't go running off before you're ready. Plans freshly hatched have a habit of tumbling from the nest straight into the hunter's stew pot.
Squads 3 through 6 are in place. They stand ready. So far, the Imperials haven't noticed a thing.
Then go now and hurry the others. By nightfall, we must ensure all our men are in place.
Sir. Sir.
Let me a short cutscene once we're here. And a lot of the time when there's these areas with enemies, we'll just flee past everything. Well, then we should already be in the palace.
Oh, no Razorfin spawn. Oh well. Razorfin the homie. Pink.
Yep, some nice characters arriving.
Cats.
Some time for some, hopefully some Hey Bucketheads. There's essentially this mini game where you have to lure the guards to the correct places to make a path through. And we do that by shouting them to certain places. So we hope to hear some nice shouts. And the favorite one is of course the Hey Buckethead.
Hello? Hello?
Another hello.
Over here! Hey, Buckethead!
Hey Buckethead, finally.
Okay, never mind. At least we got one.
At least we got one. I was already afraid that we got the bear to run without a single Hey Buckethead. We do want to hear the Hey Buckethead.
The run is alive, ladies and gentlemen. The run is alive. Vaughn's so stupid. Why does he yell out when the wall closes behind him? Buckethead is also just a beautiful insult.
Yeah, I really like it.
Huh? Oh,
Quite a performance.
who are you?
I play the leading man. Who else?
That is an awful joke.
Magicite.
Now then, I'll take that.
Oh no.
No, you won't.
This
I found
British
it's mine.
man. How scary.
And then when I take it from you, it'll be mine.
I really like Wolfie and Fran. Have to show
Who doesn't?
book.
You just have a strong, attractive main character.
The gods do not smile on us.
You know? It's always good to add a little flair to the party.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm cool enough to rock Balthia's outfit. Just personally. Stairs.
Yeah, there's a lot of small things that you have to do between cutscenes. Like there's a cutscene that you have to click once, and there's a cutscene that you have to walk up the stairs, and there's a cutscene.
Click a button for a suspicious looking wall, then run up a set of stairs.
Impeccable timing. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were waiting all along.
Stop running!
End of the line. You have something that belongs to me.
Damn! All this way! Fran, let's move! Off with you!
Let go of me! Keep this up and I will.
I think this scene is nice because it shows you. It shows early on that Balthea's not entirely heartless.
Time for this.
Bro had absolutely no reason to save Van there at all. Could have just.
And Van is still holding the Goddess's Magicite. So if he lets go of the treasure as well. So, like he is not heartless. That's true. But
Our hover didn't just drop; it disappeared.
Ah, forget it. Even if we could fly, the Ifrit's playing with fire, and I'd rather not get burned. We'll go the old-fashioned way.
although at least here it's true that they have him 2-1 outnumbered. So it's like Balthier doesn't go over. Yeah, isn't going to actually hurt Van. If he would want to
Balthier
do.
could have taken Van on his own.
Yeah, that's already true. Yeah.
That chooses to steal through the sewers.
Van is paint on abs.
Pirates? So you have an airship?
It's Balthier. Listen, thief, Van, if you ever want to see your home again, you'll do exactly as I say.
It's Balthier.
Myself, Fran, and you, we're working together now. Understood?
I love the stress he puts on the latter half of the
I don't
name.
even think you're getting this.
The thought never crossed my mind.
Yeah, I have the Gambit tutorial, which is a big part of the gameplay in this game, is that you can actually program your characters by giving them rules. Like each rule has a target and something to do to that target, and then it checks top to bottom. Like if the target in the top row is present, it does that. Then it goes to the next line to check that. And yeah, that way you can sort of program all of your characters and you don't have to constantly micromanage all your characters. And then you can still, within combat, always override that by choosing your own actions, and that always takes precedent. Pretty neat, especially at times 4 speed. You don't want to like manually input everything all the characters do. What we could get an extra small cutscene here. Yep.
Insurgents.
Bonus cutscene.
They thought to take advantage of a lax watch at the palace while the fate's on, to feed the good consul a length of steel for his supper. I should think Vane used to such hospitality. Clever. He used himself as the bait to draw them near, and then sent in the air brigade. A fine bloody banquet. I dare say I've soiled my cuffs. If a dungeon's waiting for us at the end of the night, it had best have a change of wardrobe.
And I'm going to do a little bit more trials. The main reason is that trials give a lot of license points. We'll also be able to pick up another diamond armlet for another 6,000 gil. But the enemies in these trial mode give much more LP than if you just kill enemies in the main game. There's the last rat. There you go. And while we're actually starting to license two of our characters, we'll turn Vanna Buffy into Red Battle Mages. Which immediately allows them to be taught the Dark Spell. I should also set up the gambits to actually start casting Dark. And French should throw potions on those that can use a bit of healing. We'll do up to the third stages. No, 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 no. Okay, that's fine.
That is unfortunate.
That can happen. The third trial is still a bit risky at this stage, but I do want the license points from that as well.
I don't think I've actually seen this route in full.
Well, then you will today, perhaps.
I got nothing else to do.
But yeah, this version of the game has a job system. Like on the original PS2 version, there was just one license port that was shared by everyone. Oh, of course. Almost skipped the cutscene. Glad I rebinded the keys.
So close.
So close.
Jump down! Hurry!
But what I was saying, like in this version you actually have jobs that you can choose, and then you get the license board associated with that job, and the license board then you can use to teach abilities, which spell you're able to cast, which armor you're able to wear, and other weapons you're able to use, some special abilities, things like that.
Thank you.
And so right now we chose Red Battle Mage for Vanna buff here because that allows you easy access to the Dark Spell to teach that early on. And the Dark Spell is just a good way of early damage. It can hit multiple characters at once. It's an area of effect spell, and it's just good damage compared to what's available right now.
There were others with me. I'm sorry. No.
Huh? Oh, now isn't that impressive?
Don't get any ideas. I said it's mine.
I'm afraid the jury's still out on that one.
You stole that?
Yeah.
Have you finished? When the guards don't report in, they'll come looking for us.
If they aren't already.
You should come with us. Better than being by yourself.
He's so proud of himself for stealing one little jewel while he was in the treasury.
I mean, it was some effort to get into the treasury.
True.
What's that mean?
I like how they're already implying that Van is a sort of apprentice now of Buffy and Friend.
I shall accompany you until we find my companions. No longer.
Let's think of her
Though
as a
it
guest,
be
then.
from the...
Unlike Fran or myself, our guest probably won't be taking orders from anyone anytime soon, and she'll leave when she pleases. So we keep to our affairs and she to hers. I doubt we'll find her wanting in valor, being such an
Vaughn doesn't even know what the stone does. He just knows it glows.
Resistance.
He's gonna get back to Ravenastra and pawn it off.
Usually glowing stones are probably something important.
Well, what are we waiting for?
It's probably valuable. Here's another fight where we can see the power of dark in action.
Oh my god, I forgot how long the opening cutscene to this fight is. He's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah, I tried to lure them a little bit close together so the dark spell more easily hits all of them. And then it's a pretty quick fight. You're getting to to see all these congratulations screens now, instead of just the one. Like if you skip the cutscene, you also don't get the congratulations. But now we're drought keep skipping cutscenes, we're going to get a lot of that.
That's alright. Banger music, I guess.
Yeah.
Could you
So in a
imagine
normal run, you only
doing
have
that?
the one after judges because that one doesn't have a cutscene.
Could you imagine, like, seeing that in universe, though? You just see a group of adventurers beat a tough enemy and then they just start posing.
Yeah. Okay, time for Fire Main. And there is some water here.
Here we go, we're back.
Okay, we're back. Okay.
Now's not the time.
I brought you some of those flowers you like. Galbana lilies. Remember? You always said how they smelled nice and how pretty they were. Remember? The king. Did you? Were you really a part of it? Even if you were, Captain Bosch must have tricked you into it.
You're awake.
Where are we?
Prison, where else? More a dungeon, but it's really all the same. Relax, it's just a corpse. Jump at every little thing down here.
It must be really smelling very badly if there's corpses here.
It's not even a proper dungeon. They just sealed off the bottom level of the fortress.
Come on, bossy, you didn't even bother to clean your room.
We're not the first they've thrown down here.
What's wrong with you?
Where's Fran?
She's off trying to find us a way out. Remember what curiosity killed? Just a friendly word of advice. This is all the water we've got. I'd save your strength if I were you.
Ophir's trying to help and Van is not listening. Walk a little bit and then we get our next
complex versus main character.
Yeah. So right now we don't have our equipment because that got taken from us when we sent to prison. But we're using spells anyway, so that won't matter.
He was defenseless.
Shoutouts to Vaughn for taking one to the cheek like that and living.
Yeah, also with how quickly you have taken them down with Dark, I think Van could have probably taken these on even in one zone.
I said you're the one that stinks, Hamshanks. Hear me now? You all right, Van?
Again, it's another funny little thing that you could bring up. There's no, like, anti-magic field thing on them. So why don't people just use magic if they could?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like, none of these folks here have equipment, but magic works just fine.
Surely someone has one spell.
Yeah, you would think so. Like, these bullies seem to be like the most dangerous folks here in prisons. And like, they don't have magic, so we just beat them easily.
You regain MP by walking. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep.
Okay, taking down Imperials, maybe not so much if you're, you know, just one guy.
Great. They just don't give up, do they? Now is looking like a good time for us to leave.
Through the oubliette, there's a way out.
Only you sense the mist. Then we'll need weapons.
What did you call me? Say that again. What? You couldn't hear? I merely said that a lot of you are incompetent fools. If you've the Sky Pirate in your hands, where is he?
You'd have done better, Bagamnon. By your own words, it was the Imperial Army who caught this Sky Pirate of yours. We've done your job for you. We don't require the assistance of filthy headhunters. The Empire will restore order here.
Eh? What's that you say now? Maybe I'll wet my blade on you before I kill Balthier.
That's enough, Bagamnon.
A judge.
Judge?
The self-proclaimed guardians of law and order in Arcadia. They're the elite guard of House Solidor, which effectively makes them the commanders of the Imperial Army. If you ask me, they're more executioners than judges. Not a friendly lot, at any rate. What are they doing here?
The Emperor is willing to overlook race for his more talented servants. However, those that do not show respect will receive none in kind.
Your Honor.
You travel freely through our lands because the Emperor wills it. Am I correct?
This is one of the few mentions that there's actually some fantasy racism going on, and that like humans are seen as superior to some extent. Like, that's not done with it a lot, and overall we see mostly the humans, but there seems to be some racism here.
This does not concern you, Bounty Hunter.
He's in here somewhere. Find him.
Wedgie, that way.
It's going this way.
What's that?
Time for the hare to follow the fox.
Huh?
The magics binding the door to the oubliette are quite strong. Too strong even for my talents.
That's why we'll get them to open it for us.
How is going deeper into this
What's
place?
wrong? You don't trust her. Fiera's noses are sharp. If she says there's a way out, there's a way out.
Yet another little display of Balthier's character. Very quick to jump to Fran's defense there.
the prison repository
Yeah.
of wrested relics and raiments.
So our things are in here?
They make for a good duo. They've been together for a little while already. So they trust each other a lot. Also, I quickly changed... Oh.
No, you can go. You can go.
I quickly changed the battle speed there. So oftentimes when we have areas where we just want to flee past enemies, it's good to have battle speed slow, because that also affects the enemies and it makes them slower. And then once we're actually doing combat, it's usually better to have it on fast and have everything go by as fast as possible.
I love the tiny little moments of comedy that they sneak into cutscenes wherever they please.
There are more turnkeys than cut purses down here. I've had my fill of chains. Let's tread lightly, shall we?
Like in the part that I play, we just run through very clearly, not at all sneaking, and then once in the cutscene it's back to sneaking again.
Ah, they don't get paid enough to chase them through cutscenes, they'll just let the boss handle it.
Yeah.
You have grown very thin, Bosch. Less than a shadow, less than a man. Sentenced to death, and yet you live? Why?
To silence Hondor. How many times must I say it?
Is that all?
Why not ask Vane himself? Is he not one of your masters?
We've caught a leader of the insurgents. She's being brought from Rabanasta, the woman Amalia. Who could that be? Such a faithful hound to cling so to a falling kingdom.
Better than throwing it away.
Throwing it away, as you threw away our homeland?
Who's there?
This the place?
The mist is flowing through this room. It must be going somewhere.
You're no Imperials. Please, you must get me out.
It's against my policy to speak with the dead, especially when they happen to be Kingslayers.
I did not kill him.
Is that so? Huh. Glad to hear it.
Please, get me out.
Sophia gets such witty lines. I like it.
Dalmasca? What do you care
I
about
feel like some of his lines
Everything
were
that's
just
happened is
given
because
to
of
him
you.
to confuse other
Everyone has died.
characters.
Every single one. Even my brother. You killed my brother.
Quiet. The guards will hear.
I'm dropping it.
Pirates without a sky.
So needlessly sarcastic.
Spare us your quiddities.
Yeah, but he's a...
A traitor, I know. Stay here and fight if you want. If you can walk, let's go.
You're taking him with us?
We could use another sword arm.
And you have it.
Okay, let's pick up some money in that chest. And I'll find out that we don't have the power to have this thing working. But luckily someone down here has something to fix it. This charge is important because whenever we open the gates, we lose some charge.
I like how most of Balthia's dialogue towards Varn in Barheim is basically him just saying, you can kill Barsh after we escape.
Then strike when you're least wary. Some of them have a fondness for energy, I'm told. They gorge themselves on the stuff till there's naught left.
So, what happens then?
Lights out, and it's worse in the dark. Much worse. So, let them get too close to one of those conduits, and they'll suck it dry. But don't worry, it'll give the energy back if you ask nicely. Sticking it with a sword helps too. Clock's ticking.
Yeah, so I stole it in the cutscene, like I need to kill some of these bittery mimics to get a bit of energy back. But we'll still flee past most of the enemies. One there. And then we have enough energy to open the gate that we need to get out of here.
Mist seethes.
It reeks. Something's close. Nice moves there, Captain.
You mean traitor?
So they say. But I didn't see him kill anyone.
My brother did.
Rex. He said he had a brother 2 years younger. I see. He meant you. Your brother. What became of...
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
It was you who killed him.
I give you my word. That was not the way of it.
Rex, sir. My name's Rex. All I have left, sir. He's 2 years younger than I.
It's time, Bosch. Save the discussion for later.
We found them! What if we arrive after he signed the treaty?
Sir,
We have little time. You must go to the
As I
king.
feared. They're slowing us down.
Captain Ozolis, and for my parents. Captain, why? Our king, what have you done?
His Majesty was a traitor.
A twin brother. Fancy that. But still, the pieces fit, I'll give you that much.
Quite the excuse. It wasn't me, it was my evil twin brother. That looks just like me.
Of course not. It was my fault that Rex was there. I am sorry.
My brother, he trusted you. He trusted you and he lost everything. How can I believe you?
Not me, then. Believe in your brother. He was a fine soldier. He fought to the last to protect his homeland. No. Surely he fought to protect his brother.
You don't know anything!
Believe what you want to. Whatever it takes to make you happy. What's done is done.
Both the out here spitting life advice.
Didn't touch the crystal before. I just touched this one. Next boss, Mimic Queen. I want to mostly focus on the queen herself, but it is good if a few of the other ones get killed on the way again, because then Mimic Queen might respawn rather than do other things. Okay, we get one cinematic attack. Oh. Well, guess Van is slightly less license points, that's fine.
You hate to see it.
Yeah. Right at the end of the fight, so I could not revive anymore. Shouldn't make too much of a difference, it will be fine. Oh, hey, a cutscene I seek very often, because this one I cannot skip.
To think Dalmascan air could taste so sweet.
Where are we? The Estes Sand, by the look of it. Let's back to Rabanasta before we shrivel up. By your leave, Captain.
Yes, the hour of my return
Out
is
of all the
already
cutscenes to make unskippable, it's so weird that they chose this one.
Yeah, it feels like almost like they forgot this one, because a lot of PS2 has significantly more cutscenes that you cannot skip. And then in this version there's a much more that you can still skip, but this one was still kept in. And this one really feels like the biggest one they still kept in.
A lot of the unskippable ones on PS2 are just like massive lore dumps, aren't they? Of where you need to go next and...
Yeah, all the ones with the maps indeed.
Yeah.
But I think there's also like the one with Amalia about accepting help, though it be from thieves.
I thank you.
I'd avoid crowds if I were you. In this town, you're still a traitor, you know.
The Resistance will surely find me soon. Fate's will, we meet again. I would pay my respects to your brother.
You're a fugitive now too. Stay low for a while.
What about the stone?
Do as you like. That stone's ill-favored.
We feel regret. We sought that stone and found ourselves only worry.
You offering it?
It's mine.
Then why'd you ask? Our regards to your girl.
We stay in Rabanastre a while.
What do you think? Can I trust Bosch? I gotta get rid of this thing.
Vaughn, buddy, you're talking to a stone.
But maybe I should show it to Penelo first, so she knows I got something. She'd be at Miguel's place this time of day.
Cutscene said the character should go to Magella, but we're just going to Old Talon instead.
Well, well, look who we have here. Heard you were sent off to Nalpina.
And I got out of there as fast as I could. But it was all worth it, Dallin. Here, look at this.
My, quite a treasure you've got there.
Well, you know, I couldn't have done it without your help.
So, there is more to this gutter churl than first meets the eye.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough.
I was going to ask that kites to go, but I should think that you ought to do. No, I think you're just the one. There's a fellow by the name of Azalas, and I need you to bring this sword to him.
That's a sword of the old order.
Speak my name when you arrive. That should be enough to get you in to see him. I've made a note on your map showing you where he can be found. Mind you, you are to deliver the sword to him personally.
I will.
And then we're going on sword delivery business.
And so it is done. But will it be enough to remind him of what the order once meant?
Vaughn got back to Rabanastre and went straight back to being Dallin's delivery boy.
Yep. We have a pretty cool stone that's probably valuable, but we're still doing deliveries.
Then what do you make of Andor's proclamation? Are you suggesting they fooled even the Marquis?
What if a judge killed the king, not the captain? That would explain everything, wouldn't it?
In that case, the captain would be brother to a judge. How are we to trust such a man?
Now there is the Bosch that I remember.
Then will you fight again at my side?
His word alone convinces me of nothing.
I'd take his word over that of a mouthpiece Marquis.
Then you name Rex liar with it.
My brother was no liar!
Just the opposite. Rex
Same day delivery, I guess.
They had to make it appear as if I killed the king. Rex bears no blame. The fates have willed it.
So this is Rex's brother. Your words may convince a child such as this, but they weigh far too lightly on the scales for my taste. Our paths will remain separate.
Do you not think Amalia worth saving?
I hold men's lives in my hands. I must see foes in every shadow. The night we moved against Vayne, he knew. I will not chance such disadvantage again. I must treat you as I would Andor, as I would treat any abettor of the Empire.
Then what will you do? Hold me here in chains? Some things never change, do they?
Listen to me, Bosch. Your cage may have no bars, but it is a cage. The eyes of the Resistance watch unblinking.
Let them watch. I know something of cages.
That's right. Amalia's in the Resistance.
Then you know her.
Sorta. We met just before we got sent to Nalbina. I've known nicer people.
Our paths keep crossing, yours and mine. It's more than coincidence.
It's annoying.
I'm sorry. Allow me one last annoyance, a favor to ask. I want you to take me to Balthier. Even caged birds need wings.
This makes us even.
Even?
For Nalbina. We couldn't have done it without you.
Bosch actually didn't do that much there, but it's fine.
Poor Bosch.
A lot of kids lost their parents in the war. Mine had already died before that. The plague took them both.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
It's okay. It's been 5 years now. After that, I lived with my friend Penello and her family. Then the war came.
I am sorry.
You don't have to keep apologizing. Really, it's all right. I know it wasn't your fault. I see that now. You didn't kill my brother. It was the Empire. My brother trusted you. And he was right.
As I said, a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? What I am understanding is they took Penello because of you.
What? What about Penello?
Oh, Vaughn. They've taken Penello. And there was a note for this Balthier. Come to the Museum of Mines, it said.
It's Begamnon. He was in Nalbina.
If anything were to happen to that sweet child, why, I've her parents' memory to consider. You're going to go to her aid, and that's that. That's what you Sky Pirates do, isn't it?
I don't respond well to orders. You do know that the Imperial fleet is massing at Bujerba?
Fine, then I'll go. You at least have an airship, don't you? Just get me there and I'll find Penello myself.
I'll join you.
Huh?
I have some business there as well.
An audience with the Marquis, by chance?
Balthier, just take us, and this is yours.
The guards are toying with us.
Make yourselves ready. We leave soon.
Right.
But before we go, we are actually going to take on another hunt. It is an optional one, but it increases the amount of clan points we have, which affects what we can buy at the clan provisioner. And we want to buy both decoy and oil, the spells decoy and oil. And decoy we can already have enough, would have enough without the hunt. But we need the hunt to also be allowed to buy oil. And oil, if you cast oil on enemy, then that enemy then takes triple fire damage.
Triple? I don't know it was triple.
I thought it was triple.
Why must Balthier and Fran always insist on strutting?
Anyway, that was Texera. So we can continue going to Bujerba now. And right now I have Bosch and Fran in the party who are both set up to drop potions when needed, which is all we need right now. We just want to flee past enemies and throw potions when needed to keep us alive during that.
This is the Strow.
An airship!
She airship enough for you?
The straw. You really are a sky pirate.
Well, the headhunters seem to think so. What's a good word? Is she ready?
Well, according to all sources I can find, foil does triple fire damage. I did not know that.
So is she armed?
You learn something new every day.
Could you take the Ifrit?
I suppose I could tell you. Wouldn't you rather see for yourself?
Yeah.
Fran, our course.
The shortest way, so Vidor Stonus.
How flies, Boucheba?
Oh, she's free as can be, for now. The Empire took notice when they announced the princess's unfortunate suicide in your entire execution.
If it becomes known that I am alive, the Marquis will lose their favor.
I try to steer clear of such things. Right, it's time to fly. And no wagging tongues or you'll like to bite them off.
I'm coming, Prunella.
Are we going to get joined by a kitty? We are going to get joined by a kitty. Yes, kitty, you're watching lots of cutscenes today. Yes, kitty.
You've seen to her feeding, yes?
I have, my brother. She eats well.
See that she does. We need her alive. Balthier's bait must be fresh.
I keep trying to tell you. I barely even know who Balthier is.
My brother, a message come from Ravenaster. The Strahl, she set sail. She makes straight for the sky city of the Gerba.
Barely know, was it? Yet Ala Tracy goes bounding off for you. Tell me, how could that be?
That's what I'd like to know. I just met him that one time and that's
Does
it.
that tongue never stop? What if we plucked it from your head? As for you, we need Balthier alive. His corpse fetches but half the bounty.
A tender beaten, my specialty.
There's no fun for it if we can't tease out a scream or two.
Where are you? Honestly, the main reason I tend to like streaming with camera on is that I get to show off the kitty.
Keep searching. This way.
You're a dead man. Don't forget it. And no names.
Of course.
No names. We'll see.
The Lusu mines are just up ahead.
To be fair, only Bosch responded to Althea just there. So.
You're on your way to the mines?
Then please allow me to accompany you. I have an errand to attend to there.
What manner of errand?
What errand? I might ask the same of you.
Right. Come on then.
What?
Excellent.
Do me a favor and stay where I can keep my eye on you. Should be less trouble that way.
For us both.
So what's your name?
Oh, I'm Lamont.
Don't worry. I don't know what's in that mine, Lamont, but you're in good hands. Right, Bosch?
We said no names.
Oh, he's so stupid, but it's so fun.
I mean, I feel like it's an easy mistake to make. Like, if you're not used to going undercover like that, you just blurt out the name at some point because that's the name you're used to calling someone and that your cover is blown.
Especially if you got into like a stressful situation.
Yep.
Mines. One of the richest veins in Evilise.
Under Imperial Guard, no doubt.
Actually, no. With but few exceptions, the Imperial Army is not permitted within Bujerba. Well, shall we proceed?
You will forgive me for asking, but you are diverting the purest of the Magicite.
I can assure you it reaches Lord Vane most discreetly.
Ha! You wear your saddle well.
Be that as it may, I have no intention of being bridled, Your Honor.
Then you prefer the whip? Stubbornness will see not only you broken, Excellency, but Bujerba as well.
Halim Ondor IV, the Marquis of Bujerba. The Marquis served as mediator at the negotiations of Damascus' surrender. It would appear that he is somewhat less neutral now.
They say he's been helping the resistance.
They say many things.
You're certainly well informed. Who did you say you were again?
What difference does it make? We have to find Penelo.
And Penelo is your...
She's a friend. She was kidnapped and taken here.
Van just does everything. Yeah, this area is very much a matter of theme too. So because Bujerba is a sky island, you actually get these areas where you're just seeing the sky underneath you here, because this is like in the bottom of the island because it's the mines, but because it's like an island in the sky, you can see the sky.
This is what I came here to see.
What's that?
It's nethicite. Manufactured nethicite.
Nethicite?
Unlike regular magicite, nethicite absorbs magical energy. This is the fruit of research into the manufacture of nethicite. All at the hands of the RRLOL laboratory. So this is where they're getting the magicite.
Errand all attended to, then?
Thank you. I'll repay you shortly.
No, you'll repay us now. We have too much on our hands to go on holding yours. So, where did you hear this fairy tale about nethicite? And where did you get that sample you carry? What do you know about the RRLOL laboratories? Tell me, who are you?
Balthier.
You kept us waiting, Balthier. You slipped away in Nalbina. We missed you. First to judge and know this boy. The whole affair has a smell of money about it. I may have to wet my beak a little.
Keep your snout in the trough where it belongs.
Just the few frames before it switches over to the and you just see the disappointment on Balthier's face.
I'll carve my bounty out of that boy.
Where's Penelo? We're taking her back.
The girl? Why keep the bait when you've landed the fish? We cut her loose on the way here and then off she ran crying like a babe.
Hey!
After them!
Hey, wait up!
We'll not be able to take them all. Fight who we must, leave the rest.
In our case, that means they flee from all of them. Also, whenever we're running over these things, they're like really close behind us, and then at some point we just cross the line where they say, "Oh, well, we got what we shook them off."
It would not seem they follow. We've lost them.
Much more running about with Bunga at my heels, and I'm apt to give up sky pirating altogether.
I see you've been out walking without the company of your cortege, Lord Larsa. We caught her wandering out of the mines. You must take care with such undesirables about.
I was kidnapped.
Silence.
If it is a crime to wander on one's own, then I too am guilty. Marquis, I trust that your estate can accommodate another guest.
Why not?
Judge Geese, I shall heed your counsel. I will not travel unaccompanied any longer.
That was unexpected.
Thank you, Penelo.
Of course.
What's Penelo doing? And what's the deal with that Lamont?
That's no Lamont. Larsa Ferinas Solidor, fourth son to Emperor Gramis and brother to Vane.
What? That kid?
Do not worry. I believe he will treat her well.
Nobody knows men like Fran does.
Our purposes lead the same way. To Ondor. We must find means to approach him.
The Marquis is channeling money to organizations opposing the Empire. We'll start there.
We are going to get our favorite minigame.
My execution 2 years ago. If news of my survival were to spread, the Marquis may find his position compromised.
The men he's been funding bear little love for the Empire. They won't be thrilled to discover that rumors of your death were, in fact, greatly exaggerated. If we were to raise a clamor to that effect, we might just get their attention.
Nothing to it. I'll just go around town spreading the word. How about this? I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca. You actually have to press the button apparently if you don't skip the cutscene. Well, it is skippable and then you don't have to do it here.
That certainly qualifies as a clamor. All right, Var.
Well, certainly qualifies as a clamor.
For the girls' sake, eh? Oh, and the more people around to witness your little performance, the better. If we're going to reach the Marquis, it's up to you. We'll be waiting here if you need us.
Now let's see if we can get it to shout.
I'm Captain Bosch.
I'm Captain Bosch.
What an imposter.
I'm the Bosch von Ronsenberg.
I'm the Bosch von Ronsenberg. To shout.
Nice.
Nice minimum number of shouts needed. I'm Captain Bosch from Ronsenberg of Dalmasca. Don't listen to Ondor's lies.
This is the one, Hamaro. Says he's
This is the one, Hamaro. Says he's Captain Bosch.
He would sooner pass for the king. I knew he weren't no captain. That was a mean trick to be playing.
If a trickery it ended, it would end well enough. But why this boy? And why Captain Ronsenberg? An explanation is due, and I will hear it. The Empire's hounds grow passing bold indeed.
A shame if they learnt the Marquis trafficked with the likes of you. Agents masquerading as guides, a hideout at the back of a tavern? Not exactly earning high marks for originality, are we?
Now you've done it.
Wait! So Bosch von Ronsenberg does yet live.
Kitty again.
So Vaughn really is all right. I didn't think I'd ever get to see him again.
Oh, bye, Cat.
Yes, Cat.
Join him soon. And until then, I shall see that you are kept from harm.
Thank you.
I am troubled.
And now she's blocking the camera.
Guard appear to have overstepped their bounds. I intend to speak on this with the consul.
What?
Vane Solidor, the consul, is my brother. The first duty of the consul is to maintain order in Dalmasca. My brother is not one given to failure. Perhaps things aren't going as well as they might be, but give him a little time and he will put things to rights. Be not troubled. My brother is a remarkable man.
He frightens me.
Why?
I'm sorry. He is your brother. It's just, you don't understand how much we lost to the war. My friends, my parents.
So you fear the Empire? Listen to me. The men of my family, we are taught to place the needs of others before those of our own. I will see that you are kept from harm. It is my duty to House Solidor.
But how? How can I trust you?
Because I give you my word. My brother would do no less.
I knew there must be more to it, but to find you at the end of this tale? To see the Marquis's face when he learns of it.
I should like nothing more. I would meet him and see for myself.
How say you, my lord?
There is little to be said. I shall arrange a meeting with the Marquis. We shall expect you at the estate.
It is very lucky that we're rushing all the cutscenes today. So if I'm playing, then it's a lot more difficult to better. But if we're watching cutscenes, then I can actually better.
It was not so very long ago that I announced you had been executed.
It's a win for everyone.
Yes.
Including the cat.
So you are the sword he strung above my head. Vayne has left not a thing to chance. And?
A leader of the resistance has fallen into Imperial hands. A woman by the name of Amalia. I would rescue her, but I need your help.
This resistance leader, this Amalia, she must be very important. You understand I've my position to consider.
Would you let us see Larsa? He's got my friend with him.
I'm afraid you're too late. Lord Larsa's cortege has already rejoined the Imperial detachment. I am told they will depart for Rabanastre upon the arrival of the fleet this eventide.
What are we waiting for? You to calm down.
Captain Ronsenberg, surely the exigencies of position are not lost on you. Why, indeed, you should find the enemy's chains an easy burden to bear.
Wait. Sorry. Can't be helped.
Summon the guard.
Huh?
They are to be taken to Judge Geese.
Those decrepit basking fools in Arcades tie my hands, and look what happens. I tell you.
Rested again. Not going to look good on their report.
The insurgents in Rabanastre operate alone at present. However, should they garner external support, the situation could worsen. We have found the counter-imperial elements in Bujerba to be conspicuously well-funded. No doubt Marquis Ondor is behind this. Ondor must be reined in.
By the way, the Marquis has written us a letter. He claims that he's recaptured our runaway. He's given him to Geese.
He will die by my hand.
Your fraternity is moving. Ah! Geese returns with Larsa. Tomorrow morning they will leave Bujerba. See him home safely, Gabranth. Now I'm expecting Dr. Sid. You may leave.
We must see the real thing, to be sure. Nabadis taught us much. Yes, it's well hidden. They'll be off chasing after shadows, the fools. Ah, yes. The reins of history back in the hands of man. Ah, Vayne. You seem to be enjoying your job as consul?
I was kept waiting fully 2 years. What news of Arcades? Our honored members of the Senate?
Hard at work, as always. Trying to find a dagger for your back.
They are welcome to try.
prisoners, my lord.
Majesty.
After what you've done, how dare you? You're supposed to be dead.
Come now, come now. Have you forgotten your manners? This is hardly the courtesy due the late Princess Ashalia Benargin Dalmasca.
Princess?
To be sure, she bears no proof of her former station, no different than any mean member of the insurgents.
The Resistance.
His Excellency the Consul asks the ministry of the dethroned royal family in restoring peace to Dalmasca. Those who foster instability and unrest, who claim royal blood without proof, they shall meet their fate at the gallows. There are no exceptions.
I will not play puppet to Vayne.
King Ramanas entrusted me with a task. Should the time come, he bade me give you something of great importance. It is your birthright, the Dusk Shard. It will warrant the quality of her blood. Only I know where to find it.
Wait. You took my father's life. Why spare mine now? You would have me live in shame.
If that is your duty, yes.
Stop being so stubborn. Keep on like this and you're gonna get us all killed.
Don't interrupt.
What?
Vaughn, that stone.
It was in the palace treasure.
Well, well.
Splendid. You brought the stone with you. This spares us a great deal of trouble.
Don't give it to him!
You have to promise. No executions.
A judge's duty is to the law. Take them away.
My lord.
Lady Ash is to be quartered separately. Vayne Solidor, what fascination does this hold for you?
So you were carrying it all along. The Fate's jest.
Tell these fates of yours to leave me out.
Keep quiet.
There was nothing else that I could do. You know that.
Oh, I understand. Honor, duty, and all that. I still can't believe that was a
I
princess.
say keep quiet.
The Marquis has been busy.
Not lightly did I beg his aid. Listen, it's been a full 2 years. I alone have kept Her Majesty safely hidden. I doubted friend and foe alike. I could trust nobody.
You did your duty, and mine for me.
I'm getting her out. I need your help.
Of course.
And circles. We have Vosser now, which means we have Traveler now. Oh, that's plenty of circles. But yeah, we have Vosser as a guest party member, and he has a technique that he can use called Traveler, which deals damage based on the number of steps that we've taken. And it resets every time you use it and every 1,000 steps. And the reset every 1,000 steps means I only need to look at the last 3 digits. Like I can see my step count in the menu, in the bottom right. So I made sure to walk a few circles, so I'm now on a good step count for the next fight there. We will use Traveler. It essentially deals more damage the more steps you've taken, but it whenever it resets, it's back to 0 damage again. So I want to be like on a high number on the next fight. So if I'm between 300 and 450 or so at the start of this chip where I was running circles, then I should be on a good step count to do a lot of damage in the next fight. And it's even an area of effect technique. So in this fight there will be two judges and a bunch of other soldiers, and we need to make sure to hit both judges so they both get killed instantly by the Traveler.
Fear not their numbers. Take down the leaders and the others will follow.
I want to lure them in this alcove. And I should be able to hit both of them now. And that hit both. And this is the one congratulations screen that we always get even when we skip cutscenes. Because there's no cutscene directly in front of it. So you cannot skip it together with the cutscene. But yeah, there will be a few more sections where we have Vossler as a guest, and whenever we have Vossler as a guest, we have access to Traveler, and that is just right now a very good damage source. If you just gotta make sure that your steps are good. Oh. Don't skip the cutscene. I'm very glad that I changed those key bindings.
Majesty.
It's nothing. I'll be fine. You.
Come on, let's go. What are you waiting for? Penello's still out there.
We should hurry. They won't be long.
We will talk later.
Majesty, we will cut your path.
I will not place my trust in the sword of a traitor.
Yet trust his sword we must, traitor or no. I see no other way. We track back, commandeer a ship and make our escape. Her Majesty cannot abide weakness, least of all in herself. We must make her confront the reality of our plight.
And on the way back, we'll also pick up the chest. Both of them have a reflect mode in them, which we can use to cast reflect on the entire party, because we'll soon use the strategy of casting spells on our own party and having them reflected back to the enemies. Which has the advantage that if you... So basically, if you cast a spell on a boss, you hit the boss once. If you cast a spell on your 3 characters, and they all have reflect, then it bounces back 3 times. So that you deal triple damage. And if you, in cases of fights where you have a guest party member, it can even be quadrupled that way. But the next fight will have just the 3 characters that all have reflected, and that way you just triple your damage by hitting yourself and having that reflect back 3 times to the boss.
Is like a hidden thread laid bare. Your actions hereafter will pull at that thread, and we will see what it unravels. This is our chance. We must see this through and get to the bottom of it. I believe 'tis for the good of Dalmasca and the good of the Empire.
Very well then.
Thanks, Lamont.
I must apologize. Penello.
Who taught little bro how to speak? Oh my god.
Thanks.
Let us go.
have Bosch a bit more healed up. So I should probably change the candidates. I want Van to be casting spells on self because we'll be deflecting that back. Okay, and then a reflect come up for the fight.
Such a great shame. I must confess, I thought you the one who would help us restore peace to Dalmasca. No matter, we hold the proof of your royal lineage. A maid of passing resemblance will serve our purposes now. As for you, my dear, the Empire requires you no more!
What was that?
The Nethicite.
Your Majesty does not disappoint. Ever quick to spurn an honorable surrender, as was your father.
You know nothing of my father!
Okay, Aragon mode should get rid of the other soldiers. I think that was a death by his own arrow because it didn't look like the others were casting at the time that he died. So the one downside of this strategy is that if you cast arrow and have that reflect back to him, then he ends up killing himself and then you don't get the license points for the kill.
Can't we go faster? Not yet.
They hasn't gone too fast that I've noticed.
Balthier, your handkerchief. I thought you might want it back.
I shall wear it close to my heart.
Perhaps you forget all that Ondor has wrought.
I do not forget, Majesty. It was by his counsel, dangerous though it may have been, that we were able to free you. You must meet with him, Your Highness, and give ear to his words. He may act in league with the Empire, but his heart is not.
It is as he says. I ought not have kept Ondor at so great a distance for so long a time. I have played the fool.
You were only being cautious.
Majesty, I would ask you for some time. On our own, we struggle in vain to restore Dalmasca. I must search out some other way. Until I should find it, I would have Bosch remain at your side. Doubt him you may. But I measure his loyalty to Dalmasca no less than my own.
I know you would not speak so lightly. Very well.
Keep her well. Go to Ondor and there await my return.
And then we have a small walking section to trigger the next cutscenes.
When Vossler learned my father had been killed the night of the treaty signing, he returned to Rabanastre, there to aid my escape. There was still time before Vane's reach extended too far. We thought that you could protect me.
However, when I then made the announcement that you had taken your own life, I must have seemed a model citizen of the Empire. The announcement, you see, was Vane's suggestion. Of course, at the time I was reluctant, but I could not perceive his reasons. Now it is clear he meant to drive a wedge between us.
Halim, we are past all this. Boucherba must stand with us. We can stop Vane.
I once knew a girl whose only wish was to be carried in her uncle's arms. Your Majesty is a woman grown now.
Then Boucherba will aid me.
Suppose for a moment you were to defeat Vane. What then? You cannot simply rebuild your kingdom with the only proof of your birthright stolen. Without that, the Grand Kiltias on Bo-Omises cannot and will not recognize your Majesty as the rightful heir. You may yet be a princess, but without proof of your identity, you are powerless. You will remain with me. We do nothing till the time is right.
I cannot just wait.
Then what does your Majesty propose we do?
Uncle Halim.
Incidentally, what is the going rate for rescuing princesses these days? Food would be a start. The good stuff, mind you.
This can be arranged, though it will take some time.
Time enough for a bath, I hope. Dirty business, you know. Best bring a change of clothes, too.
Or fear again. I do like that he has these kind of remarks.
Hey, the man wants what he wants.
Yeah. The going rate for rescuing princesses these days.
Doing?
I like that line.
This is Balthier's ship.
I'm going to retrieve the Dawn Shard. It's the proof that I need.
Rose just along for the ride at this point.
I'll return his airship later.
Are you crazy?
This is something that I have to do. Not only for myself, but for all those who have fallen. I will not be made to hide. I'll fight alone if I must.
You still have Bosch, right? Besides, you can't just go around stealing people's ships. What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to concentrate.
That's quite enough, Your Majesty. What do you think? A bit over the top?
In my line of work, you never know when something like this might come in handy.
I'm trying to concentrate.
I'm leaving you with the Marquis.
You can't!
Trust me, you're better off staying here.
Suppose you kidnapped me instead. You're a sky pirate, aren't you? Then steal me. Is that so much to ask?
What do you have that I would want?
The Dynast King's treasure. The Dawn Shard is but one of the riches that lie waiting in King Wraithwall's tomb.
King Wraithwall, you say?
Kidnapping royalty is a serious offense. It won't do much to lower the bounty on your head.
How much is the price on your head these days, I wonder?
Balthier stands on business, bro.
Will you be joining us?
What? Are you kidding? I don't want to stick around this place.
Then I'm coming too.
Canelo.
Don't leave me here.
Of course not.
Then it's settled. We should leave before the Marquis realizes she's missing, like proper kidnappers.
Dr. Sid, does this set Draclaw?
I have confirmed he receives funds from Lord Vane. His agency in the fall of Nabudis is also certain. Yet, with Judge Zekt, who led the assault, missing, the truth remains difficult to ascertain.
The long, cold years have clouded my eyes. I cannot see my own son's heart.
My lord.
This illness will claim me. So then, who is to be my successor? The Senate fears the capable Peregrine Vane. They prefer a young, fledgling emperor. Gabranth, once in the past I laid siege to your homeland.
The Republic of Landis is long since gone. My allegiance lies wholly with the Empire.
Perhaps. But what of your brother? He did not accept us as you did. He fled to Dalmasca. Did you never think to follow him?
I follow his every move. He is an enemy of the Empire. He will be cut down.
So you would kill even your own brother for the Empire. Be that as it may, Gabranth, your ruthlessness is not without merit. But it must not become this way with Larsa. You must ensure that it does not.
So then you ask me to be his sword, to strike where he might not.
Rather be his shield. Gabranth, keep your close watch on Vane. His is the keenest blade of all.
My lord.
Do this for me, Gabranth. I could not bear to see my sons war with each other again.
Whoa. This come in handy often?
It's tough being popular. Wouldn't want any admirers dropping in while we're away. Well now, that's as far as she goes. We'll be in yacht from here onwards.
Across the Sand Sea, to the Valley of the Dead, and to King Wraithwall's tomb below.
So when you're in yacht, skystones don't work at all. That's why we gotta hoof it the rest of the way, you see?
Happy you get to teach me something for a change?
Well, if you want to be a sky pirate, you gotta know your... Hey, what do you mean for a change?
Come on,
At least we
discuss
thought
it.
to bring
I'm smarter than
entertainment.
you.
Oh yeah? Says who? You want to see what they think about it?
I wouldn't be so confident.
Whoops. Oh.
That's a little bit unfortunate.
I should have indeed changed the party to not have Van in there anymore. Because indeed he's still set to cast dark on our own party members who don't like that. It's not nice when you don't have reflect on. That's fine.
Not really helping us out here, Vaughn.
Small menu that I've gotten before. Also, I bought some. I bought the protect spell from that shop, which only will be used in like later parts of the run to help the tank a bit with his survivability. And some gold needles in case we get petrified. Kind of like the design of the literal Sensi, like how it's all like the scent is really flowing like a sea.
It is really cool.
Yeah.
So satisfying to look at.
So where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
Far to the west. We must first cross the Yogir Yensa, and beyond that, the Nam Yensa, before we reach the tomb. An expanse of desert larger still than all of Dalmasca. We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm tougher than I look.
You are at that. A construct to draw oil from the ground. Abandoned many years now, it seems.
Did Dalmascans build this?
No, the Rosarians. Their empire lies far to the west, ever at war with Arcadia. Heedless of the kingdoms caught in their midst. Dalmasca, Nabradia, Landis.
'Tis the small craft's fate to watch the list of the galleons and pray for light winds.
Vossler, why are you here?
Imagine my surprise when upon my return to Bogerba, I find both you and the Lady Ash have vanished. I thought you above consorting with sky pirates.
Malthier is a man worthy of our trust, and it was the Lady Ash's decision. I am content to lend my arm. As I could not when Rassler died, when her throne was taken. Never again. I will defend her this time.
You walked the Knight's path. The Lady Ash?
We should leave this place.
Let me guess. Sandstorm?
Something far worse.
I see. So the Dawn Shard does lie in King Wraithwall's tomb. The Marquis sympathizes with your plight, yet the Empire perches as a carrion bird on his shoulder. He can keep whispers of your abduction silent for only so long.
Yes. Tell me, Vossler, what have you accomplished?
We leave at once. This is Urutan Yensa territory, and they are unfond of visitors. Looks like we've attracted the wrong sort of attention. Let's quit this place while we still can. Move!
Vossler! Have you found the means to restore Dalmasca?
First, we must claim the Dawn Shard. It all begins with that.
We can have Vossler as a guest, which means we also have again access to Traveler. Also, he's more tanky than Bosch, so I rather run with him. I pick up a few chests in this area as well. I just picked up the Golden Amulet, which is an accessory that doubles the license points gained by the wearer. So that will be really helpful to get those a bit faster. And I will also pick up a chest with the Reflect spell, because we want to do it more often, this trick of having Reflect on all our characters and casting spells on our own characters and having those reflected back. So you need the Reflect spell for that. That's right here. And then we just fleet through the rest of it. But yeah, Vosler means we also have Traveler again, so the next few bosses will we will make very good use of that. But our steps do have to be more precise than for the previous use now. So the best damage you get from Traveler if you are in the 10-step range directly before the next reset. So you need to be time it out precise now. So I will deliberately use Traveler on a group of enemies on the way to set it up, to know when the last reset is. And then I need to be in the 10-step range before the next reset to... where we go? Yeah. To make sure I deal this best damage. Okay, Traveler. 158. So I just looked up in the menu what my steps were at 158. That means I now deal the best damage if I use it again between 148 and 157. So in this 10-step range directly before 158, because at 158 it resets again. $158. We'll soon have the boss where we can actually use that. Garuda. 158. There will be here a save prompt, and the good thing about the save prompt is that it means that our party is healed again. Two-bow rifle. Okay. 8. How are our steps? It's good. There we have Garuda.
So shiny.
Okay, now I should be in the correct 10-step range. There we go. One shot.
Beautiful.
It was at 148. So I still need to remember next travel number, 148. So that was indeed 10 steps before the next reset. Because I do want to use it again on the next boss that we have to beat.
Long ago, the gods granted their favor to King Wraithwall, who would oversee the subjugation of a vast territory spanning from Mordalia to Valendia. Here he forged the Galtean alliance. Though he is called the Dynast King, upon establishing the alliance he demonstrated compassion for his people and disdain for needless war. A philosophy passed on to his successors, one that would bring peace and prosperity for hundreds of years to follow. It was during this time of peace that the city-states of Arcadia and Rosaria, each members of Wraithwall's alliance, took root and flourished. Wraithwall left 3 relics signifying descent from the Dynast King. Of these, the Midlight Shard was given to what would become House Nabradia, and the Dusk Shard to my ancestors, the founders of Dalmasca. The last of these relics was the Dawn Shard. It remained hidden here, known only to those of royal blood.
As though the Dynast King foresaw the very plight before us now.
None save descendants of the king are suffered within. If we attempt to enter without proof of such lineage...
There's no guarantee we'll make it out alive. Vicious beasts, fiendish traps, something like that.
Mm-hmm. But you must consider the prize. The Dawn Shard lies within, and Wraithwall's treasure.
And there was I, thinking this was going to be hard.
Okay. I'm needing to run 3 laps here to burn some steps, so I am at a good step count for the next time we use Traveler. So I still remembered we used it at 148. Okay, second lap. And the third lap. It's a demon roll.
That look creepy.
Okay, this first one is optional, so we'll just flee from it. And there's another one. This one we do have to kill, and Traveler will do most of the damage. It's not enough to kill on its own, so we do have to deal a little bit of damage the usual way, and then but Traveler will do most of the work. Was it 148? So I need to burn a few steps still. Yeah, perfect. So a little bit of damage of these other characters here, and then once we use Traveler, that was enough to finish it off. That's how powerful Traveler is. I'm going to keep off here in the party just to have the Doom run out before I have a next boss. I don't like to have him die in the middle of a boss fight.
Incredible. It wounds me to look on as they pillage so solemn a place.
Yet without help, you and I are as nothing. Is this not so? He thinks ever and always on his own profit. Assure him of it and he shall remain true to our cause.
I do not share your majesty's trust.
We will continue this later. Now we should concern ourselves with finding the Dawn Shard. It sleeps in waiting, somewhere deep within.
How can you be certain?
I can hear its call.
I'll soon set up Traveler again, so deliberately use it to cause a reset. So I know exactly at which number I need to be. Let's go put this enemy here. 539. Was that a Traveler cost? I hope so. This was also the dark going on. 539. F39. And other than that, there's these two pedestals that we need to activate in order to clear the path to where the boss is. Okay, that should clear the path. Next boss will be Belias. And Traveler will be able to deal about 60% of its health. And we want to use Traveler as the finisher for the last 60%, because when Belias gets low health, he becomes more scary. So the idea is to first do the first 40% and then use Traveler as the finisher after that.
Mist. You can see the mist with your eyes?
Where it is thick enough, you may. The nether runs deep in this place.
So, is the mist dangerous?
Yes, but it is also an aid. A dense mist allows the working of powerful magics.
I'll keep that in mind. Can't count on Vaughn to keep track of these things. That's for sure.
I should probably get those characters revived.
Vaughn just catches strays the entire game.
Yep. Oh. Again, thanks for the key bindings. It's so easy to just try to skip a cutscene. There you have Belias. Okay. Go to 539. There we go. That worked out quite well. So indeed we did the first 40% first with all of our party members, and once we knew that Traveler was enough as the finisher, then you use that and make sure that we are at the correct 10-step range to be able to deal that damage. But you have to be quite careful with steps during this fight and not burn them too quickly. As faster tends to move around as long as you still have the gambits on for him attacking. And now we've acquired Belias as a summon.
They arose, shouting challenges at the gods, but prevail they did not. Their doom it was to walk the mist until time's end. A legend of the Nemo.
My family tells a story of the Dynast King and an Esper. The story goes that in his youth, the Dynast King defeated a mighty Gigas, for which the gods took heed of him. Thereafter, it was ever bound to him in thraldom.
So, all this time it's been here guarding the Dynast King's treasure?
Not so. The Esper is the Dynast King's treasure.
That's your treasure?
In this Esper we now command rests a power whose worth is beyond any measure.
Is that so? Call me old-fashioned, but I was hoping for a treasure whose worth we could measure.
I like Balfir's response. Balfir is the one to acquire Belias, actually. Because we're all using Belias quite soon, actually, in this route. And after we've defeated Belias, we also unlocked the option to have 2 jobs per character now. So Balfir will eventually become our tank. Right now I mostly want to give him Belias. Here we have the license for Belias. And already get for a second job, Shikari. And Fran and Bosch will become our late game gun users, so I'm giving them the machinist job. And Ash and Pinello will become our mages, so they get the combination Black Mage Bushy. I start with Black Mage on both. And 2 jobs also has the advantage that if you have licenses unlocked on one board, they are also unlocked on the other board. And that can sometimes help preventing needing too many unused in-between licenses, so we can more efficiently just get the ones that we really need. Because, yeah. We'll see it a bit better with Ash soon. And I mostly set them up as mages that will be taught that once we spell by the Tandara spell to be Tandara casters. But yeah, for Ash I get the licenses for these gambit slots on one board, and they will then also be activated on the other board, and that allows us to pretty quickly license for her the ability to wear the golden amulets. And now we get her second board. Pushy. And now over here is where the gambit slots have now also been activated on this board, and then here I get the license for the golden amulet. And I want to get that here for her because then she can immediately equip it and get the benefit of the double license points for any upcoming fights. So let's immediately put it on her, and I remove stuff from Bosch in front, so I will be able to sell that stuff.
What's wrong? Your Majesty, we must go.
What? will be avenged.
I got the down shard. And now we leave the tomb. And we'll very soon get to see Belias in action.
Such a tremendous honor to again be graced with your presence, Majesty. You left us with such great dispatch upon our last encounter that I must confess I had begun to worry that we may have given your Majesty some cause for offense.
Such a heartfelt display of remorse. Now what is it you want?
I want you to give me the Nethicite.
The Nethicite?
That is a base imitation. We seek Wraithwall's legacy, the ancient relics of the Dynast King. Day-affected Nethicite. Did you not tell them, Captain Azalus?
Majesty, he speaks of the Dawn Shard. That is the Nethicite.
Are you mad, Vossler?
If we are to save Dalmasca, we must accept the truth. I will fight this profitless battle no more.
Captain Azalus has struck a wise bargain. In return for the Dawn Shard, the Empire will permit Lady Ash to reclaim her throne, and the Kingdom of Dalmasca will be restored. Think on it. An entire kingdom for a stone. You must admit, 'tis more than a fair exchange.
And when all is said and done, your master will have another pet.
Lady Ash, let us take him for the people of Dalmasca. Your Majesty wallows in indecision on peril of their heads. And his shall be the first to fall.
Well, at least your sword is to the point.
To think the relics of the Dynast King were day-affected Nethicite, Dr. Sid will be beside himself.
What did you say?
Captain Azalus, take them to Shiva. They should have leave to return to Rabanastre soon. I want you to assess its power.
Did our orders not specify that we return the stone for testing?
I will not chance returning with a stone that is yet unproven.
When we return to Dalmasca, we can announce that you are alive and well. I will then continue our negotiations with the Empire. I believe Lars is the key. He'll listen to us. We should trust him.
Who are you, Vossler, to talk of trust?
A son of Dalmasca.
Our equipment here is limited, so we'll be using the ship's drive to make our assessment. Once we've connected the stone, the reaction should be easily measured.
Methods do not interest me, only results.
Fran? Such heat! The mist, it's burning!
6,800, 6,900, 7,000! This must be Deifacted Nethicite! The count still climbs!
Ah, we found it at last. True Deifacted Nethicite. The power of the Dynast King in my hands. Blood alone does not an emperor make, Vayne.
What is this? Something's wrong!
What is it? You stand!
Hold her down!
Yeah.
What's wrong with her?
I always knew Fran didn't take well to being tied up. I just never knew how much. How about you?
I like Fran's idea. Let's get out of here.
No farther! Sky Pirates, the future of Dalmasca will not be stolen.
There we go. Fight against Vossler. Yeah, Vossler helped us acquire Belias. And now Belias will be quite helpful against Vossler.
I do know. All too well.
Vossler, you fool.
The more tricky part is that there's also other soldiers beside Vossler, and they need to go down quickly enough that they don't kill off Balfir, which would cause the summon to be dismissed. Yeah, okay, Vossler is dead, or the other soldiers are dead, so then now it's the easy fight. Once the other soldiers are dead, Vossler will just attack Belias now, which is not very effective, so he's repeatedly dealing 0 damage to Belias. So this is a very unfair deal that's easily won by Belias. So overall summons are not too useful on the run, but this is the one fight where Belias is helping out quite a bit.
Engine power falling rapidly. It's negative. Impossible. We
Engine
cannot
room, this is
maintain
the
order.
Reaper. Report.
What are they doing down
What's
there?
happened?
It's also quite a big sequence of cutscenes, I think. I think I'm going to use this, keep a little break for myself.
Ash, let's go.
All I have done, I've ever thought of Dalmasca first.
I know you do. I would ne'er gainsay your loyalty.
Look on what my haste has wrought. Did I act too quick? Or was your return too late? I can serve her no more. You must take up my charge. might get a little dicey.
The mist. It manifests now.
Is that what you call this?
What's that?
I think it's the Dawn Shard.
What are we waiting for?
The dreadnought Leviathan is sunk. The 8th Fleet of the Arcadian Imperial Army lost. As word of the events in the yacht sounded throughout the Empire, quit I Bujerba, citing sudden malady. My true motive, to bring the various counter-imperial forces scattered throughout Ivalice together in unified resistance. By this time, Lady Ash had made her return to Rabanasta. She had not, however, made known her presence. Rather, she was content with keeping both her own whereabouts and those of the Dawn Shard concealed. Had she chosen then to go before her people, my error in announcing her suicide would be known, to the great detriment of my efforts to assemble a resistance. In such circumstance as the Lady Ash then found herself, even were she to proclaim Dalmasca restored, it would serve only to invite the Empire's wrath. Though Arcadia had lost her 8th Fleet, she remained, as ever, a military power with which to be reckoned.
The Rosarian Empire assembles a vast host under guise of martial exercises. It is our belief they wait for the proper pretext, the sooner to make their strike against Arcadia.
The loss of Leviathan and her fleet at such a time comes as a most grievous blow. Were Rosaria to invade, the battle would be hard fought. Had Lord Vane not deployed the fleet so capriciously, we would not now find ourselves in such perilous circumstance.
Lord Vane shall be made to answer for his actions. It is the will of the Senate. Excellency, though he be your son, justice must be served.
A convenient thing, justice. And so I must now make a choice between my throne and my son.
A most lamentable situation for us all.
Oh? For Lord Vane, perhaps. Yet surely Lord Larsa will make for a fine emperor.
Larsa so adores his brother, and he is yet young. But he will not remain young forever. Already he busies himself unraveling Lord Vane's tangled skein. Lord Larsa has found his role to play and pursues it with some enthusiasm.
Ah, yes. And who would set him at such tasks?
What matter? Lord Vane himself once saw his elder brothers brought to like justice, did he not? At your Excellency's behest, as I recall.
Ow. You may put yourself at ease, Lord Gramis. So long as the Senate watches over her, Arcadia's well-being will ever be ensured.
By your will, I shall bid Vane return to Arcades.
It's easier again. Yes, kitty.
Cat cam.
Yes.
Where did bro even come from?
So, it was the Dawn Shard that brought down the Imperial fleet.
You know your stuff.
Destructive power of such force. I've seen it once before. Lady Ash, you know of what I speak.
Nabudis.
The capital of Old Nebradia, Lord Rassler's fatherland. At the time of the invasion,
Bit unfortunate that she has her back to the camera.
There was a mighty explosion. Friend and foe died alike.
Oh well, can't win them
One
all.
of the Dynast King's
Yeah.
relics. The Midlight Shard was in Nebradia.
More Nethicite. Well, no wonder they invaded.
That ridiculous war. The trap at the treaty signing. All this because Vane wanted power. He must not be allowed to claim the Nethicite. The Empire must never hold it.
Oh, they already do. The Dusk Shard, most likely the Midlight Shard too. Besides, can't they manufacture Nethicite now?
Very well. Then the path set before us is clear. We'll use the Dawn Shard to fight them. Dalmasca does not forget kindness, nor ill deed done. With sword in hand, she aids her allies. Sword in hand, she lays to rest her foes. This Nethicite I hold must be my sword. I will avenge those who have died. And the Empire will know remorse.
You even know how to use it?
The Gareth may know. The Gareth
He's
people
right,
live
though.
by the old ways.
Van raises a very fair point indeed.
They may hear it. The cry of the Nethicite's power. Whispers of the stone's menace.
Dangerous though it be, what we need now is power. Should we declare Dalmasca free without the means to defend our claim, the Empire will
So
crush
dramatic,
us.
Fran. Calm
You
down.
must take me to meet with the Gareth.
They live beyond Osman Plain.
Not exactly close.
Compensation, is that what you want?
Theater kids, all 6 of them.
I like that. Compensation. How about the ring?
This? Isn't there something else?
No one's forcing you. I'll give it back to you as soon as I find something more valuable.
What do you mean something more valuable?
Hard to say. I'll know when I find it. What is it you want, Vaughn? What are you looking for?
Me? What am I looking for? I guess... Well, you know...
The Gareth are said to dwell in Kirwan.
So they do. We'll need to head south, past the Giza Plains.
It is the rains now in Giza. The wadis will be swollen with the deluge. Passage may be difficult.
Yeah, the wadis will be swollen with the deluge.
Also lay open new routes to us.
Regardless, we must go south, yes?
First things first. You're eager to be on your way, I know, but we should see that we're
He has left
before
us.
setting out.
I made my resolve 2 years ago. I swore to overcome any hardship I may face.
Man cannot live by resolve alone, Princess.
Okay.
Yes, Vaughn is our indecisive king.
The decoy on oil spell. The reason I became a clan member and killed the Textera to also be able to buy oil there. Giza Plains. Especially decoy is quite important. It's a spell you can cast on one of your characters. Makes a nice duck symbol appear. And then enemies will tend to attack the character with the duck symbol. Like if they see multiple characters, they will prefer to attack the duck symbol character. And that will help make sure that only the tank gets attacks and keep more squishy characters safe from attacks.
Hello, everyone. I'm here.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I am Alec47, and I was quite involved in the early days, especially of speedrunning the vanilla version of this game.
Yeah, vanilla meaning the PS2 version, I guess. We're now making our way to Jahara, which is a joke about because that's faster than on foot.
Yes, quite a bit faster. So when we have a chance to take a chocobo, we generally take it. For that reason alone, but it's also useful in just avoiding enemies and damage that you don't need to take.
Indeed. It also helps avoid the damage, but especially the speed is very useful. Can be, especially the first part here where you go to the Giza wet area. At times 4 speed, and then sprinting through it on the chocobo is at first challenging to learn, and then once you use it, you can do it. That's definitely, in terms of getting used to the times 4 speed, that's the area where I kind of need to get used to it the most.
Yeah, you kind of have to figure out places where you have straight lines and focus on those more or less.
Yeah. Yeah, especially on PC it's slightly more tricky because the sprints take a bit longer. On console the sprints run out pretty fast. And then you can save them more for parts where it's not too complicated, but you do want to make use of the sprints you have, and on PC they take a bit longer.
This nethicite. You have used it.
It was not I who used it. Indeed, I had hoped you could show me how. Thus I've come.
You do not know the workings of the stone. Then we are no different.
What?
In ages past, the gods made a gift of nethicite to my people. But the manner of its use eluded us. Displeased by our failure, the gods took back their stones. They chose instead to give them to a Yum king, called the Dynast King.
He used the Nethicite's power to bring peace to a troubled time. It is a curious thing. Though the blood of King Wraithwolf flow through your veins, you cannot wield Nethicite.
Cannot wield it? So then, am I to understand you can't tell me how to use the stone?
Though it shame me so to admit, here before me stands a descendant of the Dynast King himself, and I can accord her no help at all. Still, even if you knew how to use the Nethicite, you would find it of small avail. The mist collected in the stone over ages past is lost, and with it, the stone's power. It will be your posterity who wield the stone in ages yet to come. This stone is devoid of power, empty, yet full of thirst, a terrible longing to drink the world dry. The power of men and of magic, of good and of evil. It is often those who desire Nethicite whom the Nethicite itself desires.
Larsa?
To Baromi says.
I say we ought leave tomorrow. I was going to wait for my escort to return, but meeting you here has presented a great opportunity. This terrible war can be stopped, but I will need your help to do so.
A war?
You know the Marquis Ondor leads a group of insurgents. Your pardon. He leads a large resistance force against the Empire. Lady Ash, neither of our countries can afford this now. The Rosarian Empire would stir. They would aid the resistance and use this aid as a pretext to declare war on Arcadia, and Arcadia would have no choice but to answer. Lady Ash, let us go to Ber Omases. With the blessing of his grace, the Grand Kiltius Anastasis, you may rightly wear your crown and declare the restoration of the Kingdom of Dalmasca. As Queen, you can call for peace between the Empire and Dalmasca and stop Marquis Ondor.
For peace? How dare you say that? The Empire attacked us, stole all we hold dear, and you would have me save them from war?
Dalmasca would be the battlefield. What if Nethicite were used on Rabanasta? You know my brother would do this. Forgive me. I presumed overmuch. I could think of no other way to avoid bloodshed. If you cannot trust me, then please, take me as your hostage.
Rustler.
You saw him, didn't you? Like at the King's tomb.
So you did see him too. But why?
It's strange. Before, I didn't even know what you looked like. And the prince? I barely knew there was a prince. Who knows? Maybe the person I saw was my brother.
Bosch told me about him.
He enlisted right at the end. But for what? He knew he couldn't win.
To protect something.
How can he protect anything when he's dead? Was it different for Prince Rastler? Did that make sense? Hating the Empire, getting revenge, it's all I ever thought about. But I never did anything about it. I mean, I realized there was nothing I could do. It made me feel hollow, alone. And then I'd miss my brother. I'd say stuff like, I'm gonna be a sky pirate, or some other stupid thing. Just anything to keep my mind off it. I was running away. I needed to get away from his death. That's why I followed you. You know what? I'm through with it. I'm through running. I'm ready to find my purpose. To find some real answers. Some reasons. If I stick with you, I think I will.
I wish I knew.
I'll find him.
Oh,
I will accompany you to Mount Baromises.
I had hoped you'd say yes. I'm glad.
My heart is not set. I still have questions. I hope to find answers along the way.
I had other reason to invite you. There is someone I'd like you to meet, waiting on Baromises.
Who is that?
An enemy, and an ally also. You will just have to wait and see for yourself.
That Larsa likes his secrets.
He does not mean ill by it.
He's not bad. At least for an Imperial.
Holy Mount Baromises stands at the northern end of the Yacht Remuda. Once we're in Yacht, we need not fear pursuit by their airships.
Don't get your hopes up. You remember the Leviathan sailed straight over the Yacht Yensa, right up to Wraithel's tomb. Skystone that works even in Yacht. You know, Nethersight's behind it. Little wonder they're so keen on the stuff.
And what is it you're after, Balthier? You're a welcome hand and a great aid, but why?
Worried I'm out to steal the Nethersight, eh? Can't say I'm unaccustomed to people doubting my intentions. Nothing could be further from my mind. Shall I swear by your sword or some such?
Apologies, but I needed to know where you stand. Her Majesty depends on you, and you seem to have an interest in the stone.
I'm only here to see how the story unfolds. Any self-respecting leading man would do the same.
You get a nice crossbow as a parting gift, which sells for a nice amount of gil. And then it's on to the next chocobo, towards the next destination.
Cheapest chocobo in the game because plot related, there's a bit of a discount there.
I guess this was a success.
Wow, I'm impressed, Bon.
I got a good feeling.
An alliance between Dalmasca and the Empire.
Reason tells me 'tis the only course. We must avoid a wasting war with the Empire at all cost. Yet I fear I could not bear the shame, had I but the strength.
A shame perhaps for me and for you. But for Dalmasca it is hope.
And you can just accept this, can you?
After Vane's ruse, I had abandoned hope for honor. Yet, never did I forget my knightly vows. If I could protect but one person from war's horror, then I would bear any shame. I would bear it proudly. I could not defend my home. What is shame to me?
people hate the Empire. They will not accept this.
There is hope.
Right?
Don't encourage
Hope for
him.
a future where we can
Not
join
that bad,
hands
am I?
as
got a
brothers.
good feeling.
Larson, please. This is serious.
I'm sorry. Don't be Larsa. Somebody's got to put him in his place.
The Senate may play at intrigue, but Lord Vane is not one to be brought down easily. The entire military waits upon his orders, from the War Council down to the rank and file. What better blade than he to strike down the enemies of the Empire?
Your Honor reminds me of Zect 2 years since. He, too, put his trust in Lord Vane's strength, and what became of him? Gone without a trace since Napodis.
I will not hear you malign Judge Zect. He was a noble warrior. Or do you think his trust in Lord Vane ill-placed?
Vane took 2 of his own brothers' lives. He is ruthless beyond contempt.
Ruthless, you say? Would he were more so? He gives traitors no quarter, be they of his own blood. How fitting for one who would bear the burden of empire.
But could we bear him? Zagabath, what of you? Surely you do not believe his brothers were traitors?
So found His Excellency Lord Gramis, you would do well to mind your tongue, Drace. That matter is long past.
Your Honors, a summons. Lord Vane has arrived at the palace.
We come at once.
Lord Larsa has left for Baromises. He hopes to enlist the aid of the Grand Kiltius in stopping the insurgents. I doubt this will be enough to deter Ondor, but even a slight hindrance to his operations would be welcome. This will delay the Rosarian invasion, and we will have bought much-needed time to shore up our defenses.
Just as His Excellency had hoped.
No matter the result, I'm pleased with the young lord's progress. I can already see the stunned faces of those mud-witted senators. The fools think a child emperor's strings easy to pull from the shadows. But they will find that Lord Larsa is no puppet.
Yes, the senators would be most pleased with a puppet for an emperor. Recall, Drace, how the Senate fears and despises Lord Vane's ability. When they realize the truth, that Lord Larsa is no docile lamb to be shepherded, they will bare their teeth and devour him.
You're right. I shall speak on this matter with His Excellency at once. Gabranth, it falls to us to protect Lord Larsa. Are we agreed?
Aye.
What is it?
The jungle denies us our passage.
What have we done?
We? No. I.
What's that mean? How are we supposed to get through that?
Making an appearance?
Come on, I'm talking over here.
I thought you'd left for good.
Hey!
Our choices are few.
Friend? Balthier!
This is as much for you as it is me.
Oh?
You are ill at ease. The Nethersite troubles you. You've let your eyes betray your heart.
Right.
What are you doing?
Soon you will learn.
Whoa.
We go to seek aid of the Viera who dwell ahead.
I bet they'll be glad to see you after so long.
I am unwelcome, an unsought guest in their wood. In the village ahead, you will find her, Nyearn. Bring her to me. She will know why you call her.
Here and there, 4-letter names where it kind of feels like they just pick 4 letters and then figure out how to pronounce it afterwards. Okay, sell some equipment. And I want to buy 2 storm staves. Pandara spell. 1 mage's head for now and 2 mage's habits.
Yeah, for this point in the game, the mage's hats and habits provide more magic than just about any other mystic armor that you can get. The values don't go up in a linear fashion from one set to the next, so it's important if you're going to be using magic to try to get the best magic value you can, as opposed to necessarily the best armor value you can.
Yes, indeed, it's good stuff for our mages. Who will be casting Tandara, the spell that you just bought, and will be also equipped with the storm stuffs that we bought. Right now, only Pinello can cast Tandara yet, and soon we'll also have enough licenses for Ash to be set up as our second Tandara caster as well. And basically what I'm doing is setting up for a bit of a license point grind in the trials. With Ash and Pinello doing the damage with Tandara. For now Pinello, later on Ash as well. And then Alfir is there to steal stuff in the hopes of getting some extra value from that. Which can help give some extra money, some other useful items if you're lucky. So I use the next autosave to do our first set of trials. Like useful to the first 7 stages. In the first stage, there's still a chest with the diamond armlet worth 6,000 gil. So I definitely want to pick that up. Can I please pick it up? Yeah, there we go. Second stage. In the third stage I want to go into the back because there's an enemy called Right Bandpuncher, which gives a lot of license points and also can drop some useful items. In this case it dropped the bubble mode. I'm quite happy with that. I need at least one of those. And now I hope to have now should have enough licenses to also set up Ash as a second mage as well. So she should also have a license to use a storm stave. Be able to cast Tandara. War Mage helps get us get MP back after dealing damage, which helps with making sure we have enough MP for all of this. Magic Lures increase our spell also damage. Channeling reduces cost of spells. For Panetto, I want to make sure she can also, for some parts, wear the Golden Amulet to help her get more license points. And she should also get the War Mage. And 1 Magic Lore. I can set up Ash to be able to cast Tandara as well.
Yeah, when you have the staves associated with the element you're casting, they deal quite a bit more damage.
Yeah, indeed. So right now we have the Storm Staves because we're using Tandara, and then once we switch over to Fire Magic we have to buy Flame Staves for that. We always want to have the correct stave for the correct element.
I do believe it's been a while since I've looked at the mechanics for this game. And by a while, I mean probably 2017. I did a lot of routing back in the day, but that was back in the day. I believe it's
her, doesn't she? We're here to see
50% damage increase. It's quite significant. And basically, a lot of the ways that you can use to increase damage, we take advantage of basically all of them we ever can.
It is not allowed for humans to walk on these grounds.
We'll go as soon as we've seen Mjörn.
If you can find her.
We're not leaving until you let us see her. Fine then. We'll look for her ourselves.
Ah.
Helps make up for low levels.
Yep.
I've heard the voice of the wood. She says Mjörn is not in the village. Jote, where has she gone?
Yeah, it's actually a route that has been a bit inspired by the New Game Minus category as well, where you don't get levels at all. And there it even also works to still get you enough magic in this way. Enough output to still make the fights work. Right now we do get some extra levels because now it's just any percent, and that's then we definitely have enough magic power.
Mjörn too has left her embrace.
And you forsake them in turn?
But it is definitely a route that is aimed to work with lower levels.
Always with the wood. So is the green word, and so is our law.
We'll let you worry about keeping your laws. Just do us a favor and stay out of our way. We'll find her ourselves.
Our sister has left the wood and gone west. She wanders warrens among men who hide themselves in clothes of cold iron. Thus to me has the wood spoken.
The Viera may begin as part of the wood, but the wood is not the only end we may choose.
The same words I heard 50 years ago.
Not bad, Vaughn. Didn't think we'd get any information out of that one.
This cutscene.
Yeah.
So then,
Oh
what did she
dear.
say about men in a warren?
The Henna-Magicite mines. Maybe that's what she meant. They lie in Bangkor, south of the Osmoan Plain. The entire region is a colony of the Arcadian Empire. There would be soldiers.
Is that a problem? Let's move.
Oh, he's quite an expert with his words, wouldn't you say?
Yes?
I was wondering what Yote said, you know?
I
About
believe
how you
Balthier
said the
would
same
call
thing
him
50 years ago.
rather inexpert.
Your point?
How old were you again?
There are several words that Balthier might use. I don't believe any of them are mine.
Nice fun.
Surprisingly rude.
Try to grow up, please.
Nice fun. Oh my god. What a doofus.
I have an extra diamond armor to sell. I can actually also buy a mage's head for Ash as well. Immediately equip that. And I touch the crystal to make sure we have full MP again. And then we can go for a second round of trials.
Woo, money.
The trials really changed the meta so much in the Zodiac Age.
Yeah, it's such an easy source of both license points and money. Like in this first stage, every time you can just pick up the diamond armlet for 6,000 gil. Balthier is meanwhile also helping with stealing. If we're lucky, we can get some good stuff. If we're very lucky, we can get a Karkata in this stage. Whoops, I forgot to go to the right temperature. Oh well, it will be fine. But yeah, Karkata is... it is a powerful weapon. In this route I will just use it to sell for 10k gil, so I will still be quite happy with it. Another thing that we can get lucky with is if we steal Berserker Bracers. Which makes the wearer have Berserk, and Berserk increases makes attacks a bit stronger and faster.
Yeah, specifically it doubles the damage dealt by physical attacks and increases the charge speed of your ATB meter by it's either 50% or double. It's very significant, but very limiting at the same time. The Karkata, meanwhile, is used in the melee route pretty extensively because it is a very powerful weapon that you can get very early on, as soon as you can literally get to the third stage of trials. And a lot of weapons that have a secondary effect, like a status or whatever, there's a proc rate that is generally fairly low, like 5 or 10%, maybe 20% for some of them. Other than like measures and such, which are weird weapons that people pretty much don't even use. And the Karkatas is basically just like, can this enemy be confused? Yes, then it's confused.
Yeah, indeed. So in the physical route, you would happily take a Karkata and actually use it for pretty much most of the run.
Surprisingly, a lot of main story bosses are vulnerable to confuse.
Quite a few of them, yes, and that'll be definitely a thing to pay attention to later. It was also used abused very extensively in the route for the vanilla game on PS2.
Yeah, for the PS2 version, you have also like this underflow bug, I believe, that makes it possible to inflict it on all sorts of bosses.
Yeah, unfortunately, the hit chance underflow for status is not a thing in the Zodiac Age. Basically, if you have a low-level character with really low magic and the enemy has high vitality, you can have a effect chance of under 0, and in the Zodiac Age, that's fine. It handles it like it's still 0, like it can't work. But in the vanilla game, it underflows to a very high number, and so the status magic always works, and that is abused extensively, especially in the late game.
Yeah. Now we have the grind done. I'm actually going to spend all those license points we got from the grind. Balfir will be our tank. He gets some licenses that increases his HP. He also gets the license for the main gauche, which is his dagger I just bought, which quite a bit increases his evasion. So essentially the main gauche is a dagger that's very good at blocking. So he will be using that dagger and a shield basically.
Yeah, it gives like 36 evade or something like that. And that is very significant, especially when paired with a shield of basically any kind. And if you want your tank to tank, then obviously completely evading an attack is good. Now there are some enemies and bosses that ignore evasion, but for all other cases, it is incredibly useful.
Yeah. Van will just be... I just gave him the license to cast Reflect, basically. He casts Reflect on the party members that are actually used in the fights. And then Penelo and Ash will develop a bit more as mages still. They also get some Swiftness licenses to help be a bit faster. A little bit of extra HP. Headsman, that makes them get HP back, MP back if they defeat an enemy. And some more magic lures. And pretty similar for Ash. Ash will also already now be able to afford Serenity, which makes her deal more damage if she is in full health. And I want to get the decoy spell for her. And I'm one short for the channeling, that's fine. I'll get that later. But Ash is also the one that's going to be set up to cast decoy on our tank above here. Okay, set up the gambits. I want to run Nukai Sense on anyone that gets confused. He needs to keep himself alive with high potions. And he might also need to throw high potions on others that need it. Van casts Reflect. Larsa can also help make the tank even tankier because he has here he has the bubble spell actually, which doubles max HP temporarily. And our mages will also use Nukai Sense where needed. And I already set up a gambit that I don't activate yet to cast spells on self. Because there will be some fights where we use Reflect strats to bounce back spells towards enemies. Watch the crystal for the heals again. And make our way to the next area.
researchers from the Draclaw laboratory. What were they doing here?
Research.
What are the researchers doing here? Research. Okay. Now you can actually see the little duck symbol appearing as well beneath or next to Buffier's name for the decoy. I like that symbol. While going through here, I also let the mages kill some bats on the way, because that already helps a bit with the experience. They're grouped together. Oh, that was Larsa. Larsa functions as our healer right now. Next to Buffy are also throwing high potions. So I rather have Larsa alive. Even though he takes a cut of the experience, but in this route actually having him alive is more helpful still. It just makes going through here more efficient.
And the dinos. Those guys are fun sometimes. They have this rune that has a 5% chance to KO, just straight up.
Yeah, the dinos are dangerous. And here we will have the jelly grind.
So jellies are an enemy that you get a bunch of them in this room. And they give really good XP and really valuable drops. So yellow liquids are the uncommon drop, and they sell for a good amount of money. And they also drop teleport stones and float boats as the rare and very rare drops. So it's worth a lot of money to grind on these guys, as well as a lot of experience, to the point where the Order of Evolution one, if you've seen that on this channel, kills a lot of them. A lot.
Yeah, indeed.
And of course, the chain mechanics, not killing them right away, or not picking up the drops right away, rather, allows you to get a higher chain level much quicker. Also, the flashing number that popped up there is very useful, because that means that the number of kills needed to get to the next level does not account for whether or not you picked up any drops until that goes away. So, very likely to get the highest chain level pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it does mean that we have to get past the dinosaur a couple of times. We need to be 2 rooms away before we can spawn more jellies. And the main objective indeed is, like, you get several things from it. Indeed, the main objective that I'm after is mostly the drops, because the yellow liquids indeed give a ton of money. And I do need to have at least a few teleport stones as well to teleport around. At least 1 float mode would be nice as well. Next to that, the levels are also very useful. And they also give a little bit of license points, but for that, trials are more efficient. As well, please, yeah. And I usually kill about 90 jellies, and after that I check in my inventory to see if I'm happy enough with the drops I've gotten, or feel that the drops are low enough that I need to do an extra room. And you need to be very careful not to kill any bats when you are not in the jelly room, because you really don't want to mess up your chain. So you need to make sure that you always hold flee when you're not in the jelly room, basically.
And if you're paying attention, you'll notice that the jellies are dying much quicker now, and that's just down to levels.
Yeah. I think the level of yellow liquids I got from that is workable. Penelo, she gets Serenity now as well, so you now also have more magic when you're full health, deal better damage. And I also want to now get Spellbound on both of my mages. Because I will soon be using the strategy of casting Reflect on my party members and then bouncing spells backward, back to the enemy, and Spellbound. Make sure that Reflect stays on a little bit longer.
Yeah, the Reflect strategy is incredibly powerful because you basically take your damage and the enemy nearest each character gets the damage from that reflect. So reflecting an AoE spell on your party gives you 3 or 4 times the amount of damage you would normally
Look at the
get.
magicite.
And
These
that adds up
mines
very
much resemble
quickly,
the ones at
especially with
Lusu.
augments like
Of course. Dracula
either
must be searching for new sources of ore. Should the resistance
focus,
forces
that's
move,
the
rich veins of magicite
Serenity.
and Bujeba
Serenity, yeah.
will forever be on
Yeah,
their grasp.
which gives a 30% boost, or as the PS2 run uses,
Is it
instead,
What is
Spellbreaker,
this mist?
which is when you're in critical, it doubles the damage, and that is obviously very powerful. The only problem with Spellbreaker is that it takes a bit of time to set up exactly how much HP you need.
What's wrong with her?
Stay away! Power needy Hume!
Okay, but we are still be setting up Reflect on all our characters. For Tiamat, Tiamat also has quite a bit of health we need to go through. Most nasty thing Tiamat can do is Disable Guy, which has a chance of making it so our characters cannot do anything basically for a little while. That can be quite annoying. In that case it can get dangerous. And now I also need to set them up that they're all casting spells on self. There will also be some tension in how I position Balfir, because for Reflect Strands to work, you want Balfir to be close to your casters, so they hit all of your party members and also bounce off Balfir. But also Tiamat, twice during the fight, will use a breath attack that can hit multiple characters, and ideally that only hits Balfir. I have to be careful with positioning that. On the one hand, I want breath to only hit Balfir, but on the other hand, I want the spells to still reflect off of him. Oh, that did hit Larsa. That's fine. Okay, that went rather smoothly still. No disabled characters.
Good fight there. It's kind of interesting how the fight originally started off as a magic reflect fight in vanilla using just dark, but that takes a long time. So being able to use Thundara with the storm staves is a very significant speed up. So significant that it's one of the last fights for a long while that the PS2 run actually uses melee for. Because Tiamat actually resists every element except wind, which it absorbs as health, and ground, which there really aren't any good spells for that you can use. So we use Cypress Poles there instead, which have the ground element.
That thing inside her, what was it?
Is it you? When the Hume soldiers came to the wood, the village took small heed of them. So long as the wood herself is safe from harm, the Viera give little care to goings-on beyond her. But in me, an uneasiness stirred. I had to discover why they had come.
So you came here hoping to find something out and got yourself caught. You're as foolhardy as your sister.
They took me then, and set close beside me a stone. They said its mist would be drawn into me, that the Viera well suited this end. I saw the light coming from the stone, and then...
We have seen this. On Leviathan, the mist released from the Dawn Shard drove me too into such a rage. She was taken not by the Dawn Shard.
Manufactured nethicite. Then that means... Penella, the stone I gave you, do you still carry it with you?
Sure, it's right here.
This is a thing more dangerous again than I had imagined. I should never have given it to you. Forgive me, I didn't know.
I'd always thought of it as sort of a good luck charm. And even if it is dangerous, on Leviathan it kept us safe.
There is a place for all things, even dangers such as this.
I hope you're right about that.
I heard the wood's whispers. Take it. Lente's tear is a permission. Pass through the wood and leave. To other places go.
That cannot be all. I saw it when I left the village. Ivalice is changing. How can the Viera stand and do nothing at all?
Ivalice is for the Humes. The wood alone is for us.
But that is wrong. How can we just hide here in the trees when all the world outside is on the move? I too wish to live freely, to leave this wood.
Do not do this. You must remain away from the Humes. Stay with the wood. Live together with the wood. This is your way.
But Fran, my sister...
I am no longer of you. I have discarded wood and village. I won my freedom, yet my past has been cut away forever. No longer can my ears hear the green word. Is solitude you want, Miern?
Sister.
No, Miern. Only one sister remains to you now. You must forget my existence.
I am sorry to make you do this.
Poor Mjorn.
She goes against the laws of the wood. I threw down these laws. It is better that I do this. Better I than one who must uphold these laws herself. I have a request. Listen to the wood's voice for me. I fear she hates.
The wood longs for you, for the child gone from under her boughs.
A pleasant lie, that.
Be cautious. The wood is jealous of the Humes who have taken you.
I am as them now. Am I not? Goodbye, sister.
Just made sure to get my part to only buff here, so he's the only one that can get hit on the way. And make sure that Lars's and Penelo's gambits are off, so they don't immediately start casting spells on themselves where they're not supposed to. And I switched around the golden amulet, because Ash and Penelo basically have to share, so I sometimes switch around who has it currently.
Yeah, in the PS2 version, you're able to buy golden amulets, which is expensive, but in this version, you only get one for a long time. You can get 3 total in the game, and the second one that you get is in the Feywood. But that particular area of the Feywood is not available for quite a while. And the enemies there are really strong anyway, so it'd be a bit of an ordeal even trying to get there if you could get there. But the reason you go through the Feywood there is to avoid fighting an optional boss that is rather annoying to fight. It has a move called Sporefall, does a whole bunch of status effects, including Confuse, and it's a thing. So it's much faster to just run through the
Empires
Feywood there
parade
instead.
down city streets while refugees walk barefoot through the snow.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be sure how this route would even have to deal with that other worm.
My father will choose peace.
He's simply reflecting off Tandara is not going to go well, I think.
You can never know another, even your father.
But luckily there's a path around it for the Feywood indeed.
This crisis would not end were I gone. The Senate hates the very fact that House Solidor exists. By necessity, we must find reason to silence them.
Necessity? Ah, yes, necessity. Does that word free you, I wonder? You show no hesitation to solve matters with blood.
The sword of House Solidor cannot be left to rust in doubt. It was you, Excellency, who tempered that sword.
Is this your idea of vengeance?
It is my idea of necessity. If we do not act now, it is not only our future you imperil.
So, you would dirty your hands to keep his clean.
My hands are stained with blood. I see little reason to stay them now.
So they are. And so House Solidor lives on.
No shot showing off the location.
Even just watching this, I'm getting the itch to skip these cutscenes because I'm so used to doing that.
Yes, indeed. I specifically had to like rebind some keys to prevent me from accidentally skipping cutscenes, which I think saved me like 3 times already.
I believe it.
Is he sleeping?
No, my child.
Whoa.
I do not sleep. I dream. For reality and illusion are a duality. 2 parts of a whole. Only the mirror of dreams reflects what is true.
Anastasis, your grace. I am
Lay
Ashelia.
down your words. Ashelia, daughter of Ramanas, I have dreamt your dream. Who better to carry on the Dalmascan line than she who bears the Dawn Shard? Your dream of a kingdom restored is known to me.
Grand Kiltias, then give us your blessing. Grant the Lady Ash her accession to the...
This is something you might reconsider. My little Emperor-in-waiting. You called and I have come.
This is the man I wanted you to meet. Believe it or not, he is a member of the noble house Margrace, rulers of the Rosarian Empire.
I am but one of very, very many. Try as I might, I could not stop this war alone. Thus, I came seeking Lars's assistance. Alcide Margrace at your service. To think I stand before the Lady Ash, it is truly an honor. I see it is true after all. Stunning is Dalmasca's desert bloom.
In Arcadia, Larsa. In Rosaria, Alcid. They dream not of war. Should empire join with empire, The way will open for a new Evilis in our time.
Grand Kiltias, you speak much of dreams, but in the real world, war is upon us.
Grand Kiltias, I was told my coming here would prevent this war. I was to assume my father's throne and announce the restoration of Dalmasca, treat with the Empire for peace, and persuade the Resistance to stay their hand. I have not come all this way to be asked to reconsider.
A word from you and the Resistance would stop cold, and Rosario's pretext for joining the war scattered off to the four winds. This was what we had hoped. Alas, circumstances change. A full 2 years have passed since your reported death. Were it to become known you are still alive, I fear it could only worsen our current situation.
Because I am powerless to help.
Nay, in fact it has little to do with you.
Then what? If Lady Ash were to extend her hand in friendship, perhaps I could then persuade the Emperor. His Excellency will solve things peacefully.
The Emperor Gramis is no more. His life was taken.
Father.
What possible cause could we have to lay hand on our Emperor?
A deception and an outrage. The Senate will not stand for this.
A viper amongst our senators?
With Chairman Gregoroth as its head. With what dignity remained him, he confessed to the poisoning and passed his own sentence.
A viper with many tails. Much of the Senate is culpable.
We had no choice but to strip the Senate of authority and assign powers of autocracy to myself until such time as order...
Spare me your lies! I see the serpent coiled here before me!
Trace, you speak too freely.
Zargabath! Do not tell me you join in this mama's farce!
With Rosaria poised to invade at any moment, our leader must have a free hand.
The once great House Solidor is now reduced to myself and my dear brother Larsa.
Surely you would not go so far. Vayne Solidor! As Judge Magister and upholder of the law, I hereby place you under arrest.
You misunderstand. Vayne did not make himself autocrat. It was the very Ministry of Law which you serve. Do you see it now, Drace? When you bared your sword at His Excellency, you bared your sword at the law.
You wear the mama's motley well, Bergen. Such strength. Inhuman.
Zargabath, take the Alexander. You will accompany Bergen and bring Larsa back to me.
Sire. Your Excellency, Lord Larsa was placed under my charge.
Oh? Perhaps you mistook your orders then. I can see no other explanation for why you were reporting and conjecturing on my doings to my late father.
Your Excellency.
A hound begging for scraps at the Emperor's table. Would you serve another master, Hound? You may fulfill your duty as Judge Magister before us all. She has been tried and found guilty.
Your Excellency, I beg you reconsider.
Do it. I care not. Live, Gabranth. Protect the young lord. Protect Larsa.
Forgive me.
Pray be quick.
And so House Solidor lives on.
Let us suppose you approach the Empire with a peaceful resolution. The late Emperor Gramis would have lent you his ear, that much is certain, but we are dealing with Vayne Solidor. Should the princess return, he would claim her an impostor, or to tempt the resistance into battle. Vayne wants this war, that much is certain. As our ill luck would have it, the man is a military genius.
The dreams have told me thus. To reveal yourself would imperil us all. I see war, and Vayne's name writ bold on history's page.
Arcadia's banners fly high. They are making ready for the coming war. According to our latest reports, the Western Armada prepares for war, under Vayne's command, no less. The newly formed 12th Fleet has already been deployed. Oh yes, the Imperial First Fleet stands ready. They'll be underway as soon as the Odin's refit is complete. And there is more. The 2nd Caravan Expeditionary Force is being called in to replace the missing 8th, so there will be no gaps. The largest force ever seen.
And then, the Nethicite is the coup de grace. Grand Kiltius, your grace. I spoke to you of my succession. Let us put that aside. Should I become Queen of Dalmasca now, powerless as I am, I can protect nothing. With a greater power at my disposal, perhaps then.
It is the Nethicite of which you dream?
I require something far greater.
To wield power against power. Truly, the words of a Hume child.
I am descended from the Dynast King himself.
Indeed. Then you have but one choice. Seek you the other power Wraithwall left.
Does such a thing exist?
Journey across the Paramana Rift to the still shrine of Miriam. There rests the gift he entrusted to the Grand Kiltius of his time. Seek it out. The Sword of Kings can cut through Nethicite. Why he would entrust the power to destroy Nethicite, the instrument of his greatness, to another and not to his own progeny, I cannot say. Awaken Shelia Benagan and take up your sword, or your dream will remain but a dream. My dream too fades into day.
Yeah, time to go to the Still Shrine of Miriam then. I do need to make sure that before I leave here I still touch the crystal to make sure I have the teleport location.
An easy mistake to make, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We've touched it. there we are. It's also the part where it's important that Balfir has the Dawn Shard equipped, because there's 2 pedestals that will only activate properly if you have the Dawn Shard on. Otherwise there will be zombies spawned instead, I believe. But like you need to prove that you are associated with King Ravenloft, otherwise the Steel Shrine doesn't like it, basically.
Additionally, it's nice that the Dawn Shard gives you 20 magic resistance, which is going to be important for the boss at the end of this dungeon.
Yeah, that's helpful as well, so I might as well keep it on. And the area where we need to be, like there in the middle of this dungeon, there's this big statue holding a sword, and we basically have to find a way to get behind the sword. The first one is to first need to examine it. And then to make the statue actually lift the sword, we have to find these 3 smaller statues. And rotate them in the correct direction. They need to all face the middle, basically, and then the path becomes free to for the big statue to lift the sword.
Using a little bit of the equip swap to cancel animations there so that the pedestal could be touched quicker. Basically, if it hasn't been explained before, it just refreshes animations when you change a character's equipment at all, and so you can use that to speed things up. It's not the quickest thing, but it can be quite useful in-game by just setting things up so that a smaller or tighter window of, say, damage or whatever can be met, so that you can get it in before a particular move or whatever.
Yeah, indeed. And here I might sometimes use it because it can be easy to get stuck in this sort of loop where enemy deals you damage, Balfir throws a high potion, enemy deals you damage, Balfir throws a high potion. So sometimes the best way to get out of it is to get that better in-game speed of cancelling the high potion animation as soon as the healing is done. So you can actually get out of that loop in a way. But it is indeed, like, in a real-time sense, it's the slower way to be finished with your high potion. But it can give you an edge over enemies. Okay, I have another boss fight to set up for, so we again will need to cast Reflect on everyone. So Van is doing that again. And Ash is also casting Decoy on our tank again to make sure that he's the target for what the enemy does.
Venuskar is an interesting boss. They have basically in-game tracking of which items are metal, and the more metal items you have on a character, the slower their ATB charges. But using magic damage here makes that pretty much irrelevant So the main thing that you have to worry about in this fight is the move Crown right there. But if you kill Venuskar in 2 rounds, it pretty much never gets the move off.
Yeah, these couple bosses here is where you really see the power of this reflex rod, that this one and also the next one go down in 2 rounds of casting. And then the boss after that, Judge Bergen, is like 2 or 3 rounds as well. It was pretty quick. And I end up disabling gambits in the last round of casting to make sure that they don't continue after the fight and I can immediately get them out of the party again. Also pick up the Sage's Ring, which halves the MP cost of spells from the wearer, so we will use that a little bit. And also it's worth 10k gil or so, so we'll use it a little bit and then for the late game sell it once we need more money.
Also nice single turns all the way around. Any of those statues can require 2 turns to get to the position it needs to be. And while the speed up speeds up a lot of things, including the animation for a statue turning, it does not speed up the sound effect, and both the animation and sound effect have to play for you to do a second rotation.
Indeed. You can circumvent it a little bit by running away and then coming back closer to the statue again to make it faster possible to rotate again, but it's still annoying if you have to turn it twice, especially if it's one of the 2 that have enemies around it. But we got quite lucky that there were all that they need to be turned once. Like, they can be in 3 different directions, because they're never in the correct direction already. So you have like a 1/3 chance of a statue being in the wrong direction where you have to turn it twice per statue. Now for Mateus, positioning also matters a bit, because like with Venuskar you had only 1 boss, so like all your spells were going to get reflected to that 1 enemy. But Mateus also has this ice laser surrounding it. And you want to make sure that Mateus is really the one that gets hit, so it is important that Mateus is closest to your characters. Okay, first need to reapply Reflect and Decoy on buff here. And then I want to lure Mateus a bit to the front to make sure that he's the closest. And it should again be 2 rounds of casting and it's done. Another summon that we'll never use.
You should try it on the Dawn Shard. See if it can destroy Nethicide or not.
What?
He just may be onto something. The Dawn Shard's no use to us, after all.
The stone bleeds mist.
It has been roused. It fears the sword. The stone is quiet.
This is the sword, the Nethicite destroyer.
Should it find its mark?
Vaughn! Tell me, did you see him again?
I didn't. Not a thing. Not even my brother. Not anything.
So we've acquired the Sword of Kings. And the downside of that is that it messes a bit with the optimized menus, because the game thinks apparently it's a nice sword to have and will prioritize it quite a bit. And will prioritize over the things that I actually want to equip. So what I will end up doing is just equipping the Sword of Kings on Vaan. So it's out of the way.
Yeah, you don't need a license to use it at all. So the game will try to put it on anyone because it has a higher attack power than the staves in particular.
Yeah, it will also prioritize it over the main gauge that Buffy is using, so it prioritizes it over stuff that everyone is using right now.
The Empire's debts grow legion.
There. Smoke. What could it mean?
Pick up the ice shield, better shield for Balfir. Quickly touch the crystal to make sure that Vaan has enough MP to actually cast Reflect again. Otherwise he tends to be slightly short here. And then we teleport back to Mount Baromesis. Judge Bergen will again be Reflect Strat, and one where we need to be very careful with positioning, because we really want to hit the judge and not the other soldiers. So I kinda need to use Balfir as a shield to keep the other soldiers away, so the judge really remains the closest target for the Reflect spells to bounce correctly to him.
Bergen can also troll because he has magic evasion. Not a lot, but enough to be a problem sometimes.
Yeah. Like in the perfect fight, it's still 2 rounds of lasting and then 3 or, yeah, 4 if you are unlucky.
Ah, our vagrant princess. Swift has your lust for revenge led you to the Sword of Kings. You will surrender it to me. Too late, and to their sorrow do those who misplace their trust in gods learn their fate.
There it is again.
Fran, I don't like the look of that.
This mist. He holds a stone. It controls him as it did Mjern.
No, the power of manufactured nethicite is the power of man. A weapon forged by his wisdom who would challenge the gods themselves. A fitting blade for a true dynast king. Wraithwall did but pretend the title, a cur begging nethicite scraps from his master's table. Hark! Evilise hails her true dynast king, Vayne Solidor. He shall defy the will of the gods and see the reins of history back in the hands of man. His time is nigh! The new Evilise holds no place for the name Dalmasca. The stain of Wraithwall's blood shall be washed clean from history's weave.
Perfect.
He set his very bones about with manufactured nethicite. The Grand Kiltius?
Wait, what about Larsa?
Gone, spirited away by Judge Gebrandt.
You okay?
So he was here. As for our young lordling, he went along. To avoid trouble, you see, but Judge Bergen had other ideas. He flew into a rage, and I was left to fend for myself. Please, Princess, you must permit me to take you back with me to Rosaria.
So that you can protect me?
I would lay down my life, at a single word to be sure, but I harbor no mundane delusions of valiant grandeur. Vayne has our war pavilion jumping at shadows. They favor a preemptive strike, but you will convince them otherwise. You will see that they do not start this war.
This I cannot do. Forgive me, but my errand here is not yet done. I must wield the Sword of Kings, and with it bring an end to the Dusk Shard.
This stone, do you even know what it is?
I can venture a guess. The Draclaw Laboratory in Arcades. The Empire's weapons research begins and ends there. How soon do we leave?
At once. As for matters in Rosaria, I bid you luck.
So you would leave each to fend for his own. Let us hope that you are not disappointed. That's right. Larsa left a message. The differences between our two lands will fade before the shared dream of men. My leave, I take.
How do you propose we reach Arcades? Arcadia's borders will be well guarded for fear of Rosarian invasion. We dare not approach by air.
And their navy will see that the coast is watched as well. No, we go afoot. We'll cross into Arcadia in the Salika Wood. We can reach the wood any number of ways, but the easiest is to head north from Nalbina.
There is a hunter's camp just beyond the Salika Wood. The camp sits within Arcadia's borders, so Imperial patrols there should be sparse.
Getting that far should be half the fun. Let's be sure we go prepared.
This time I don't forget to get mages out of the party that otherwise will cast spells on self when we don't have reflect on anymore. So do a little bit of shopping. I'll sell all that loot that we got from the jelly grinding, as well as a few other places where we happen to get loot. I also want to sell the ruby ring. And then we buy 2 flame staves for both of our mages, because we'll soon be switching over to fire magic. Yeah, then Nalbina is the teleport location that we have available that is closest to where we need to go. A small detour because I want to pick up Berserker Bracers. For the later part of the runs we will use Gunners, and it will be nice to have them equipped with the Berserker Bracers for the Berserk status, which makes their attack stronger. Makes them attack at random, but it also makes it stronger. Thief Scuffs are for a little bit of extra money.
One nice thing about this long running segment is that it's 3 of my favorite tracks in the game, back to back to back.
Yeah, the game does have a nice soundtrack. Yeah, we have to make it all the way to Arcadis, and it's quite a traveling section. And we find out that... Oops. We find out the gate is broken. And there's 9 Muggles that are supposed to repair it, but they're currently on break, so we have to gather them all to repair the gate for us. I do like how they look. Like, the Muggles do look a bit different compared to other games in the series, I feel, but I do like they still look quite cute. I do like the Muggles. We put them here.
And you know that the designers had fun dressing them up in their little outfits.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't look all the same. There's actually just different looks on the Mughals.
It would seem we made the right choice. If we'd taken the easy way and come by airship, one of those patrols would no doubt have been quick to roll out the red carpet. We're on the Empire's doorstep now, so we shouldn't have to worry quite so much. But that's no excuse to get sloppy. It is still a long road to the capital.
Race it to the water.
Why the capital?
The Nethicite. I must destroy it.
Are you sure? You don't want it for yourself? Use its power to restore Dalmasca? Something like that? The best intentions invite the worst kind of trouble.
Lusting for ever greater power. Blinded by the Nethicite. Is that how you see me?
That does sound like someone I know. He was obsessed with Nethicite. It was all he cared about.
Come over here.
He'd babble nonsense, blind to aught but the stone's power.
Like I said,
He'd talk about some Enna, or was it Vena? No matter.
Thank you.
Everything he did to get closer to the Nethicite, to understand it. He made airships, weapons. He even made me a judge.
You were a judge?
Part of a past I'd rather forget. It didn't last long. I ran. I left the judges. And him. Sidolphus Demon Bonanza. Draclaw Laboratories' very own Dr. Sid. That's when he lost his heart to Nethersite. Lost himself. And I suppose that's when I lost my father. Don't follow in his footsteps. I ran away. I couldn't stand seeing him like that, a slave to the stone. So I ran. Free at last. Funny I went for the Dusk Shard. How could I have known that it was Nethersite? And then, of course, I met you. All that running, and I got nowhere. It's time to end this. Cut my ties to the past.
It's hard to leave the past behind. I know.
Marriage of convenience. Symbol of the alliance between Nebradia and Dalmasca. This is how they see our match.
They do they?
These roles we play. I must admit, I find it wearying.
I will play mine.
I would have no other.
The choice is yours to make. But don't give your heart to a stone. You're too strong for that, princess.
I pray you're right, Balthier.
Okay, time to do a little bit of shopping. I want to buy 2 guns. Better armor for the tank. Some Bacchus's wines. Some remedies. Stock up on high potions. Stock with Phoenix Downs and Firaga. Balthier should get licenses to wear the shield, the ice shield that we picked up, as well as that armor we just bought. And this is also where we start setting up our gun users, Fren and Bosch. As machinists, they get licenses to actually use the gun I just bought. And I will use a second job Shikari. And they will get a few swiftness licenses to help them be a little bit faster.